Welcome aboard, friends. You're now tuned into Potter Paradox. We're super excited to share today's story with you. What if a werewolf pack found baby Harry and raised him as their alpha? If you enjoy what we do here, the best way to support us is by liking, commenting, and subscribing. We read every comment. Ready? Let's go. Chapter 1, Blood of the Pack. The night air crackled with magic. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Fenrir Greyback lifted his head, nostrils flaring as he caught the scent of chaos on the wind. His massive frame tensed, muscles rippling beneath the tattered coat he wore more out of habit than necessity. The rest of his pack sensed it too, their restless movements betraying their unease. "You feel that?" growled Skoll, his lieutenant, dark eyes scanning the horizon. "Like thunder with no storm." Fenrir nodded, turning toward the distant lights of Godric's Hollow. Magic had erupted there, powerful, ancient, and violent. The kind that left scars on the world. "Something's happened," he said, voice rough as gravel. "Something big." The pack moved as one, 13 werewolves slipping through the dark forest that bordered the wizarding village. Even in human form, they moved with predatory grace, communicating with subtle gestures and meaningful glances developed over years of running together under the full moon. The smell of death hit them first. Then came the smoke, acrid and heavy with magical residue. "There," Lyra whispered, pointing to a cottage partially collapsed on one side, magical energies still dancing across its broken stones like ghostly flames. Fenrir approached cautiously, every sense alert. He'd lived long enough to recognize the aftermath of powerful dark magic. This was different, though. Something had gone wrong for whoever cast it. "Spread out," he commanded. "No survivors." The pack moved through the garden, past a blasted gate that hung from a single hinge. Inside, the cottage lay in ruins, with scorch marks trailing up the walls and furniture reduced to splinters. Skoll reached the first body. "James Potter," he said, recognizing the man who'd thwarted their kind more than once. "Dead." Fenrir grunted, feeling neither joy nor regret. Wizards were wizards, enemies by default. Lyra's voice came from upstairs. "Another one." "The wife." Fenrir climbed the half-collapsed staircase, wood creaking beneath his weight. Lily Potter lay sprawled before a crib, red hair fanned out like blood against the floor. Her wand lay inches from her outstretched fingers. "She died protecting something," Lyra said quietly. A small sound drew their attention, a whimper, barely audible. In the crib, a baby boy sat upright, green eyes wide and alert. Blood trickled from a lightning-shaped cut on his forehead, but otherwise, he seemed unharmed. He stared at the werewolves without fear, one tiny hand reaching toward them. "A survivor," Fenrir said, leaning closer to examine the child. The smell of magic clung to the boy, not just the residual chaos of whatever had happened here, but something intrinsic. Power. The baby made that sound again, a soft whimper that wasn't quite fear. "Kill it," said Skoll from the doorway. "We don't need wizard brats." Lyra moved between Skoll and the crib. "No. Look at him, Fenrir. Really look." Fenrir studied the child more closely. Something about those green eyes held him, there was wildness there, a fierce will to live. And that scar, it pulsed with dark magic, yet the boy had survived. "What happened here?" Fenrir murmured, reaching out a rough finger to touch the scar. The baby grasped his finger with surprising strength. "Where's the Dark Lord? His stench is everywhere, but—" "Gone," said Lyra, sniffing the air. "Destroyed, maybe. This child, he survived something terrible." Outside, shouts echoed in the distance. The wizarding world was responding to the catastrophe. Fenrir made his decision in an instant. "We're taking him." "Taking him?" Skoll's voice rose in disbelief. "A human pup. He survived when the Dark Lord didn't," Fenrir growled. "That makes him special. Valuable. Or dangerous," countered Skoll. Fenrir lifted the child from the crib. The boy didn't cry, just stared with those unervingly intelligent eyes. Both, maybe. But he's mine now. Lyra removed her worn leather jacket, fashioning a makeshift carrier. We need to move. Quickly. As they slipped into the forest, the crack of apparition sounded behind them. The wizards had arrived, but too late. The pack melted into the shadows, taking with them the boy who would later be desperately sought throughout Britain. The boy who lived. The wolf pack's den lay hidden deep in the wilds of Scotland, protected by ancient magic and the natural wariness other creatures had for werewolf territory. A series of caves and crude structures formed their home, situated near a crystal-clear stream that tumbled down from higher peaks. 3 days after taking the child, Fenrir called the pack together. 15 werewolves formed a rough circle, with Fenrir at its head and the baby boy placed at the center on a bed of furs. I've decided, Fenrir announced, his voice carrying the weight of alpha command. The boy stays. Murmurs rippled through the group. Not all were pleased. He's human, spat Greer, an older werewolf with a face crossed by scars. Food, not family. He's more than human, countered Lyra, who'd taken to caring for the boy. You've seen his magic already. This was true. Twice now, the baby had displayed bursts of wild magic, once when startled by a thunderclap, sending everyone's fur blankets flying into the air, and again when hungry, summoning a milk pail from across the cave. He could be useful, offered Skoll, ever practical despite his initial objections. A wizard raised among wolves, imagine the advantage. Fenrir circled the child, who watched him with those unsettling green eyes. He'll be more than useful. He'll be one of us. Without the bite? Asked Varla, a young female who'd been turned only 2 years before. For now, said Fenrir. He has magic in his blood already. The bite might kill one so young. When he's older, stronger, then we'll see. The child reached up, grasping at air. Something about his fearlessness impressed Fenrir. He needs a name, said Lyra. He has one, Fenrir replied. Harry Potter. The wizards will be looking for him. But among us, he'll earn his pack name when the time comes. And so Harry Potter, the boy who had somehow defeated the Dark Lord, began his new life among the wolves. Harry's first clear memory was of moonlight. He was 3, maybe 4 years old, bundled in furs as he watched the pack transform under the full moon. From his safe perch in a high cave overlooking their territory, he'd witnessed Fenrir, massive even as a man, contort and shift into something even more terrifying, a true monster wolf twice the size of a natural animal. The sight hadn't frightened him. Instead, he'd felt a thrill of belonging. These were his people, his family, even if his own skin didn't split and reform each month. One day, he whispered to himself, I'll run with them. Lyra had become his primary caretaker, teaching him to speak, to find edible plants, to move silently through the forest. Her gentleness contrasted with Fenrir's harsh training, creating a balance that allowed Harry to thrive despite his unusual circumstances. By 5, he was climbing trees faster than any human child should be able to, racing through the forest with bare feet that never seemed to find thorns or sharp stones. His magic manifested in wild, unpredictable ways, starting fires without matches, calling animals to his side, making plants grow or wither at his touch. The boy's a natural, Skoll commented one evening, watching 6-year-old Harry practice throwing knives at a tree trunk. His aim was preternaturally good, another gift of his untrained magic. Too natural, muttered Fenrir, who'd grown increasingly watchful of Harry's developing talents. He needs discipline. That night, Fenrir dragged Harry from his sleeping furs. Time you learned what it means to be pack. Under starlight, Fenrir taught Harry to hunt, not with magic, but with skill and stealth. Hours of crouching, tracking, reading the forest. When dawn broke, Harry had helped bring down his first rabbit, using only a sharpened stick and patience. We kill to live, Fenrir told him, blood still warm on Harry's hands. Remember that. No magic. No shortcuts. Respect the prey. Harry nodded solemnly, understanding the lesson went beyond hunting. In the pack, you earned your place. Life fell into patterns dictated by the moon. During full moons, Harry stayed hidden in the high cave, watching his family transform and hunt. The rest of the month, he trained alongside them, learning their ways while discovering his own abilities. Not all the pack accepted him. Greer and his followers resented the human child in their midst. Whispers followed Harry, that he was Fenrir's weakness, that he would bring wizards to their door, that his magic made him unpredictable and dangerous. Harry learned to sleep with one eye open. On Harry's 7th birthday, a date Lyra had calculated based on what they knew of his origins, everything changed. The pack had traveled north, following the deer herds through dense pine forests. Temporary dens were established in a rocky outcrop overlooking a valley. Harry, now wiry and tough from years of wilderness living, had been sent to gather firewood with Silva, a girl only 2 years older who had been bitten as a toddler. "Race you to the deadfall," Silva challenged, already sprinting away, her dark hair streaming behind her. Harry dropped his bundle of sticks and bolted after her, moving with the fluid grace he'd learned from watching the wolves. He was fast, faster than any normal child his age, but Silva had werewolf blood fully activated in her veins. They reached the massive fallen oak in a dead heat, both laughing as they collapsed against its broad trunk. "You're getting quicker, pup," Silva said, using the nickname the younger wolves had given him. "One day I'll beat you," Harry promised, green eyes flashing with determination. "Maybe. If I let you." Their laughter died as a low growl sounded from nearby. 3 massive wolves emerged from the underbrush, but they weren't pack. Their scents were wrong. "Harry," Silva whispered, her body tensing. "Run. Back to Fenrir. Not without you. I'm a wolf, you're not. Go." The largest of the strange wolves lunged. Silva, even in human form, met it with her own snarl, her fingers curled into claws. She was brave but outmatched, the wolf's teeth sank into her shoulder, drawing a scream of pain. Harry didn't think. Something hot and fierce flooded through him, magic rising like a tide. He raised his hands and pushed. The attacking wolf yelped as it was thrown backward, slamming into a tree with a sickening crack. The other 2 wolves turned toward Harry, hackles raised, but hesitated at the sight of the small human boy now surrounded by a visible aura of wild magic. "Mine!" Harry shouted, stepping in front of the injured Silva. The word came out deeper than any 7-year-old's voice should be, resonating with power. "My pack." The wolves backed away, sensing danger beyond their understanding. One turned tail and fled. The other stood its ground a moment longer before following its companion, leaving their injured leader struggling to its feet. Harry advanced, no longer afraid. "Go," he commanded. The injured wolf limped away, defeat in every line of its body. When Fenrir and the others found them, Harry was tending to Silva's wound, having torn strips from his own shirt to bind it. "Rival pack," Silva explained through gritted teeth. 3 of them. Harry drove them off. Fenrir's yellow eyes narrowed. "How?" "Magic," Silva said simply. "But not like before." He was different. Powerful. That night, as the pack celebrated Harry's bravery, Fenrir watched the boy from across the fire. The child had protected his own, showing loyalty to the pack above self-preservation. Yet the display of power troubled the alpha. Magic was useful, but control was essential. Later, when most had settled into sleep, Fenrir pulled Harry aside. "You did well today," he said gruffly. "But power without control is dangerous." "I couldn't let them hurt Silva," Harry replied, chin raised defiantly. "No. Pack protects pack." Fenrir studied him, seeing both the wizard and the wolf-raised boy. "Tomorrow, we begin new training. You'll learn to use your gifts properly." Harry nodded, sensing this was both approval and warning. One more thing, Fenrir added. The pack has decided. You've earned a name. Harry straightened, excitement racing through him. A pack name was recognition, belonging. Moonfoot, Fenrir declared. For you move in silence like moonlight, and your footsteps leave no trace. Pride swelled in Harry's chest. Moonfoot. A real name, a wolf name. He slept that night curled close to Silva and the others, truly pack for the first time. Harry's 8th year brought harder lessons. Fenrir pushed him relentlessly, driving him to control his magic through will alone, without wands or incantations. They discovered Harry could sense the pack across great distances, could call fire into being with a thought, could speak to certain animals if he concentrated hard enough. These gifts make you valuable, Fenrir told him during one particularly brutal training session. And vulnerable. The wizards would use you as a weapon if they found you. I'd never help them, Harry spat, wiping blood from a cut above his eye. Today's lesson had involved dodging Fenrir's attacks while maintaining a shield of magical energy. They have ways of making you obey, Fenrir growled. Ways of breaking even the strongest will. Harry absorbed this, as he absorbed all Fenrir's harsh wisdom. The Alpha rarely spoke of the wizarding world, but when he did, his words dripped venom. Harry had pieced together his own history from these fragments, that his parents had been killed by a dark wizard called Voldemort, that something had gone wrong, that he was somehow famous among wizards. None of it mattered as much as pack life. Harry had found his place, not quite wolf, not quite wizard, but something uniquely his own. Silva became his closest friend, the sister he never had. Together with Rolf and Kara, 2 other young werewolves, they formed their own small unit within the larger pack. Winter came harsh that year, forcing the pack deeper into their territory, away from human settlements but also away from easy hunting. Food grew scarce. Tensions rose. Greer, always resentful of Harry's position, grew bolder in his challenges. The human eats more than his worth, he complained during one lean night. He should hunt alone if he wants to eat. I contribute, Harry shot back, gesturing to the 3 rabbits he'd snared that morning. With magic, sneered Greer. Without it, you're nothing but a weak human cub. Fenrir watched the exchange with calculating eyes but didn't intervene. The pack had its own ways of settling disputes. The next morning, Harry found his snares destroyed, the carefully crafted traps torn apart. He didn't need to ask who was responsible. That night, as the pack huddled around meager fires, Harry approached Greer openly. You sabotaged my traps, he said, voice steady despite the pounding of his heart. At 8, he was still small compared to the adult werewolves, but he stood tall now, channeling Fenrir's stance of authority. Greer smiled coldly. Prove it, pup. I don't need to. You've made your challenge clear. Harry took a step closer. So here's mine. Tomorrow, we hunt. Separately. No magic from me, no wolf strength from you. Whoever brings back the most food wins. Murmurs spread through the watching pack. This was bold, perhaps too bold. Wins what? Greer asked, intrigued despite himself. Harry met his gaze without flinching. If I win, you acknowledge me as pack. No more challenges, no more sabotage. And if I win? I leave. For good. Silence fell, heavy and tense. Even Fenrir shifted forward, eyes narrowing at this unexpected gambit. Agreed, Greer said quickly, before anyone could interfere. Dawn tomorrow. As the pack dispersed, Silva grabbed Harry's arm. Are you mad? He's been hunting for decades. I know the forest better, Harry replied with more confidence than he felt. And I've been watching all of you hunt my whole life. Lyra approached, concern etched on her weathered face. This is foolish, Moonfoot. Greer fights dirty. So I'll be prepared for tricks. Harry smiled at his surrogate mother. Trust me. But as he lay awake that night, doubt gnawed at him. Without magic, did he stand any chance? His life in the pack, the only home he'd ever known, hung in the balance. Before dawn, a shadow fell across his sleeping furs. Fenrir loomed over him, yellow eyes gleaming in the darkness. This challenge was reckless, the Alpha said without preamble. You risk everything on pride. Harry sat up. It was necessary. Greer would never stop otherwise. Fenrir studied him. Perhaps. But remember, a true hunter uses every advantage. You told me to hunt without magic, I told you to respect the prey, Fenrir corrected. There's a difference. Your magic is part of you, like my strength is part of me. The wolf uses what the wolf has. With that cryptic advice, he was gone, leaving Harry to ponder his words as the eastern sky lightened toward dawn. The challenge began at first light. Greer and Harry stood at the edge of the forest, each carrying only a crude knife. The rules were explained again for all to hear. They would hunt until sundown, bringing their kills to a clearing marked by a lightning-struck oak. No assistance from others, no magic from Harry, no transformation from Greer even though the moon was days from full. Hunt well, Fenrir told them both, his face unreadable. Greer disappeared into the trees heading north. Harry chose the eastern path, moving with the stealth he'd practiced since childhood. His first priority was setting new snares. He'd prepared cordage the previous evening, working late into the night. The forest offered little in winter's grip. Harry tracked a deer for miles only to lose it at a stream. Frustration mounted as the hours passed with nothing to show but a single squirrel caught in one of his snares. Midday found him resting by a frozen pond, hunger and doubt gnawing at him equally. Greer was a seasoned hunter. What had he been thinking? A flash of movement caught his eye, a fox, thin but healthy, watching him from across the ice. Harry stilled, barely breathing. Foxes were clever, hard to catch even for werewolves. I need you, Harry thought desperately, reaching out not with magic but with something deeper, a connection he'd felt growing since his confrontation with the rival wolves. Help me survive. The fox tilted its head, as if listening. Then, incredibly, it approached, crossing the ice with delicate steps. It stopped just beyond arm's reach, its intelligent eyes meeting Harry's. Thank you, Harry whispered, knowing what this gift meant. His knife moved swiftly, mercifully. By sundown, Harry had added 2 rabbits and a winter-thin grouse to his catch. Not impressive, but better than he'd feared. He approached the meeting place with his quarry, heart pounding in anticipation. Greer waited by the lightning oak, a smug smile playing across his scarred face. At his feet lay his kill, a young doe. Harry's heart sank. The deer outweighed his smaller catches combined. He had lost. The pack gathered, drawn by the scent of fresh meat. Fenrir stepped forward to judge the challenge. Greer brings a doe, he announced. Moonfoot brings fox, rabbits, and grouse. Greer's smile widened. Barely a mouthful each. I've won clearly. Wait. Skoll moved closer to inspect Greer's deer. This kill is not fresh. The blood's congealed. It was made before dawn. Angry murmurs rose from the pack. Cheating violated their most basic codes. You lie. Greer snarled, rounding on Skoll. I can smell it, Silva called out. It's been dead half a day at least. The challenge is void, declared Lyra. No, Harry said, his voice cutting through the growing argument. All eyes turned to him. The challenge stands. I accept my defeat. Silence fell. Even Fenrir looked surprised. But he cheated, Silva protested. Harry approached the center of the circle, standing tall despite his loss. Yes. And in doing so, he's shown the pack his true nature. He turned to face Greer directly. You didn't trust your skills against mine, a child's. What kind of strength is that? Greer's face contorted with rage. You impudent, I made a bargain, Harry continued. I'll honor it. I'll leave at dawn. He turned to go, shoulders squared despite the hollowness in his chest. Wait, Fenrir's command stopped him. The challenge is invalidated by Greer's deception. There is no victor. But, Greer began. Silence. Fenrir snarled, his authority crashing down like a physical force. You dishonored yourself and the pack. You will take no meat tonight. Greer's face darkened, but he dared not challenge Fenrir directly. The Alpha turned to Harry. And you, Moonfoot. You've shown wisdom beyond your years. The fox gave itself to you, didn't it? Harry nodded, surprised that Fenrir had understood. That is rare magic, not forcing, but asking. Respecting. Fenrir's yellow eyes gleamed with something like approval. You stay. You are pack. Relief flooded through Harry, making his knees weak. He hadn't realized until that moment how terrified he'd been of exile. That night, as the pack feasted on the combined hunt, Harry noticed something had shifted. Wolves that had previously ignored him now acknowledged him with nods or brief touches. He was offered choice portions of meat. Even some of Greer's former supporters treated him with new respect. Fenrir watched it all from his place at the head of the gathering, seeing the subtle realignment of pack dynamics. The boy had turned defeat into victory, revealing Greer's weakness while demonstrating his own integrity. Dangerous, that kind of charisma. Useful, but dangerous. As if sensing his thoughts, Harry glanced up, meeting Fenrir's gaze across the fire. Something passed between them, understanding, challenge, a measuring of wills. For the first time, Fenrir wondered if taking the Potter boy had been his first mistake on a dangerous path. But it was too late now. The boy was pack. And pack was forever. Spring brought new tensions to the wolf pack. Harry, now 8.5, had grown taller and stronger over the winter months. His magic, too, had developed, more focused, more responsive to his will. He could now start fires with a gesture, move objects without touching them, and sense approaching danger before anyone else. These abilities made him valuable to the pack, but they also marked him as different. And difference, in wolf society, was both power and vulnerability. Greer had retreated after his humiliation, but Harry knew better than to think the threat eliminated. The older werewolf watched him constantly, yellow eyes calculating. He's waiting for you to make a mistake, Silva warned one afternoon as they gathered early berries together. At 10, she was already showing signs of the power she would have as an adult werewolf: lean muscle, quick reflexes, heightened senses. I know, Harry replied, stretching to reach a high branch. So I won't make one. Silva snorted. Everyone makes mistakes, Moonfoot. Even Fenrir. Harry paused, berries momentarily forgotten. What do you mean? She glanced around before lowering her voice. Haven't you noticed? He's been meeting with strangers. Wizards, I think. Skoll doesn't like it. This was news. Harry had seen Fenrir disappear occasionally, but had assumed it was pack business. What kind of wizards? The bad kind, Silva said grimly. The ones with skull masks. A chill ran through Harry despite the spring warmth. He'd heard stories of the Death Eaters, Voldemort's followers. The ones who'd helped kill his parents. You're sure? Silva nodded. Rolf saw them. Said they smelled like dark magic and fear. Harry frowned, processing this information. Fenrir had always portrayed all wizards as enemies. Why would he meet with these particular ones? Before he could question further, a howl echoed through the forest, the pack's gathering call. They abandoned their berry collecting and raced back to camp, where the pack was already assembling around Fenrir. We move tonight, the Alpha announced without preamble. Our territory is no longer secure. Murmurs of surprise rippled through the group. They'd occupied this section of forest for months without trouble. Why the rush? Asked Lyra, voicing what many thought. Fenrir's eyes flicked briefly toward Harry. Wizards. They're searching the area. Harry's heart jumped. Searching for what? Or who? Horrors? Asked Skoll, using the term for wizard law enforcement. Different kind, Fenrir replied evasively. Doesn't matter. We leave no trace. Head west toward the high moors. As the pack dispersed to prepare for travel, Harry lingered, watching Fenrir carefully. The alpha seemed tense, his movements sharper than usual. When he caught Harry staring, his expression darkened. Something to say, pup. Harry straightened, gathering his courage. Are they looking for me? Fenrir's eyes narrowed. Why would you think that? I'm not stupid, Harry replied. I know I'm different. Important to the wizard somehow. A low chuckle escaped Fenrir, humorless and cold. Yes, you're important to them. A weapon, a symbol. But they won't get you. Because I'm Pack now, Harry said, seeking confirmation of what he desperately needed to believe. Fenrir studied him with those predatory yellow eyes. Yes, he said finally. You're Pack. And Pack protects its own. The words should have been reassuring. Instead, they left Harry uneasy, sensing layers of meaning he couldn't quite grasp. That night, the pack traveled quickly through the forest, a silent procession beneath the quarter moon. Harry kept pace easily, having learned long ago to move swiftly and quietly through the wilderness. Silva stayed close beside him, occasionally steadying him over rough terrain with her superior night vision. They made camp in a rocky canyon just before dawn, temporary shelters erected with practiced efficiency. Harry helped Lyra arrange sleeping furs for the younger pack members, his mind still churning with questions. Lyra, he whispered as they worked, why would Fenrir meet with Death Eaters? Her hands froze momentarily before continuing their task. Who told you that? No one. I just heard things. Lyra sighed, her weathered face troubled in the dim light. Fenrir does what's necessary to protect the pack. Sometimes that means alliances. With the people who killed my parents. That was the Dark Lord, not, she stopped herself. It's complicated, Moonfoot. Our kind has always been persecuted by wizards. We take allies where we can find them. Even bad ones. Lyra touched his cheek gently. There's no good or bad in the wild, child. Only survival. But Harry wasn't convinced. Throughout his life with the pack, he'd learned their harsh code of honor, loyalty, strength, protecting the vulnerable members. Allying with Death Eaters felt wrong on a level beyond simple survival. Sleep came fitfully that night, disturbed by dreams of masked figures reaching for him with skeletal hands. The pack remained in the canyon for 3 days, sending scouts to ensure they hadn't been followed. Harry used the time to practice his magic, focusing on spells that might protect the pack if needed. He discovered he could create barriers of magical energy, invisible but effective at repelling physical objects. On the third evening, as sunset painted the canyon walls crimson, Fenrir returned from a solo hunting expedition with a strange expression. Pack meeting, he growled, stalking to the central fire. When all had gathered, he surveyed them with grim satisfaction. We've been offered an opportunity, he announced. A chance to claim new territory, rich hunting grounds protected from wizard interference. Where? Asked Skoll skeptically. North. Deep forest land with ancient magic. It would be a permanent home, not these constant moves. The pack stirred with interest. They'd been nomadic for years, always one step ahead of wizard authorities or rival packs. What's the cost? Lyra asked, ever practical. Such offers always have one. Fenrir's gaze swept the circle, lingering briefly on Harry. Service, when called upon. Our strength added to a greater cause. Whose cause? Skoll pressed. Friends of our kind, Fenrir replied vaguely. Those who respect our power. Harry felt a growing unease. The conversation felt rehearsed, as if Fenrir had already made his decision and was merely going through the motions of consultation. Death Eaters, Harry said suddenly, the words escaping before he could reconsider. Silence fell, heavy and immediate. All eyes turned to him. Fenrir's expression darkened. You speak of things you don't understand, pup. I understand enough, Harry countered, surprising himself with his boldness. They're the ones who followed Voldemort. Who helped kill my parents. Gasps rippled through the gathering at his use of the name. Even wolves feared it. The Dark Lord is gone, Fenrir said dismissively. His followers seek new alliances. They offer protection, territory. At what price? Harry demanded. What service do they want from us? Fenrir stepped toward him, physically looming. That's not your concern. Pack follows Alpha. Pack protects Pack, Harry shot back. These people want to use us. Use me. Tension crackled between them. Never before had Harry so directly challenged Fenrir's authority. The other wolves watched with a mixture of shock and fascination. For a moment, Harry thought Fenrir might strike him. Instead, the Alpha smiled, a cold expression that didn't reach his eyes. You've grown bold, Moonfoot, he said softly. Bold, but foolish. We'll discuss this privately. The meeting continued, but Harry barely heard the rest. He'd crossed a line, and he knew there would be consequences. When the gathering dispersed, Fenrir beckoned him toward a secluded corner of the canyon. You embarrassed me, the Alpha said without preamble. Questioned my leadership before the pack. I'm sorry, Harry said, not entirely truthfully. But I needed to understand. No. You need to obey. Fenrir circled him slowly. You've forgotten your place, pup. Perhaps because I've been too lenient. Harry remained silent, watching Fenrir warily. The wizard world wants you back, Fenrir continued. They've been searching for years. The famous Harry Potter, the boy who somehow defeated their Dark Lord. I don't want to go back, Harry said quickly. This is my home. You're my family. Are we? Fenrir stopped directly in front of him. Or are we just convenient until something better comes along? The accusation stung. That's not fair. You're not one of us, Fenrir cut him off. Not really. You can't transform. You can't truly understand the wolf. Each word landed like a physical blow. Harry's worst fears given voice, that despite everything, he would always be an outsider. I can still be loyal, he insisted, hating the tremor in his voice. I am loyal. Fenrir studied him, yellow eyes unreadable. Then prove it. When the time comes, you'll stand with the pack, no questions, no challenges. Against the wizards? Harry asked, needing clarity. Against anyone who threatens us. Fenrir placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. Including your precious wizarding world. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Harry alone with churning thoughts and a sense of impending crisis. Later that night, as most of the pack slept, Silva found him sitting at the canyon's edge, staring up at the stars. That was brave, she said, settling beside him. And stupid. Harry managed a weak smile. Seems to be my specialty lately. Fenrir's been different since winter, she observed. More secretive. More angry. He's plotting something with the Death Eaters, Harry said quietly. Something that involves me. Silva nodded, unsurprised. You're valuable. To both sides. I don't want to be valuable, Harry sighed. I just want to be Pack. She bumped her shoulder against his, a wolf's gesture of affection. You are Pack. To me. To Rolf and Kara. To Lyra. But not to Fenrir. Not really. Silva was quiet for a moment. Fenrir sees threats everywhere. Even in his own pack. Especially in those who might one day challenge him. Harry looked at her sharply. I wouldn't challenge him. Wouldn't you? Her gaze was knowing. After today. The question lingered between them, unanswered but significant. The next morning, the pack continued westward, moving deeper into wild country. Harry noticed Skoll and several other senior wolves watching him with new interest, as if re-evaluating his place in the pack hierarchy. His confrontation with Fenrir had changed something fundamental. 3 nights later, as they made camp in a dense pine forest, Harry woke to the sound of hushed voices. Carefully, he crept from his sleeping furs toward the source. In a small clearing, Fenrir stood conversing with 2 figures in dark robes. Even without seeing their faces, Harry knew what they were. The skull masks gleamed dully in the moonlight. The boy is growing suspicious, Fenrir was saying. He knows you're looking for him. That changes nothing, replied one of the masked figures, voice cultured and cold. The arrangement stands. Deliver him at the appointed time, and your pack will have everything promised. And if he resists? Fenrir asked. The Death Eater laughed softly. He's a child. Break him if necessary. Harry's blood ran cold. Betrayal clawed at his chest, sharp and terrible. Fenrir was planning to hand him over to his parents' murderers. He backed away silently, mind racing. He needed to warn Silva, Rolf, Lyra, anyone who might help him. But before he could retreat to camp, a twig snapped beneath his foot. Fenrir's head whipped around, nostrils flaring. Someone's there. Harry ran. He crashed through the underbrush, abandoning stealth for speed. Behind him came the sounds of pursuit, Fenrir's enraged howl, the crack of branches. Munfut. Fenrir's voice boomed through the forest. Stop. Harry pushed himself harder, drawing on the speed and endurance built over years of forest life. His magic surged with his fear, making him faster, helping him see in the darkness. He burst into the camp, startling the sleeping pack awake. Death Eaters, he shouted. Fenrir's with them. They're coming. Confusion erupted. Wolves leapt to their feet, some immediately defensive, others looking to Skoll or Lyra for direction. He's lying, Fenrir snarled, emerging from the trees with the 2 masked figures behind him. The boy betrays us to save himself. I heard you. Harry shouted, backing away as the pack's attention divided between them. You were going to hand me over to them. For the good of the pack, Fenrir countered. A small sacrifice for permanent territory, protection. Skoll stepped forward, eyes narrowing at the Death Eaters. You made this deal without the pack's consent. I am Alpha, Fenrir growled. I decide what's best. The standoff stretched, tension thickening the air. Harry glanced desperately around, seeking allies. Silva moved to his side, followed by Rolf and Kara. Lyra stood uncommitted, conflict clear on her face. Take him, Fenrir ordered the Death Eaters, pointing at Harry. As agreed. The masked wizards drew their wands. Before they could cast, Harry threw up his hands, summoning the magical barrier he'd been practicing. A shimmering wall of energy formed between his group and Fenrir's. I won't go with them, Harry declared. And I won't let you sacrifice the pack to Voldemort's followers. One of the Death Eaters stepped forward. Impressive magic for one so young, he said, voice silky with menace. But futile. You belong to us now, Potter. A spell crashed against Harry's barrier, making it flicker but hold. Harry gritted his teeth, pouring more power into the protection. Run, he told Silva and the others. I'll hold them off. Pack stands together, Silva replied fiercely. To Harry's surprise, Skoll moved to join them, followed by several other wolves. Fenrir breaks pack law, the lieutenant declared. Making deals without consensus. Sacrificing one of our own. The pack was splitting before their eyes, loyalty divided between the Alpha and their sense of justice. Traitors, Fenrir snarled. All of you. The Death Eaters attacked again, their spells hammering Harry's barrier. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he fought to maintain it. He couldn't hold it much longer. Just as the barrier began to fail, howls erupted from the forest around them, new voices, unfamiliar to the pack. From the darkness emerged a dozen wolves, their movements coordinated and purposeful. Aurors, one of the Death Eaters hissed. It's a trap. The new wolves shifted, transforming into wizards with wands drawn. Leading them was a tall man with sandy hair streaked with premature gray, his face scarred but his eyes kind. Harry Potter, he called, voice rough with emotion. We've been looking for you for a very long time. The Death Eaters turned to flee, but were cut off by Aurors operating behind them. Spells flashed through the night, the battle brief but fierce. In the chaos, Fenrir lunged for Harry, eyes blazing with fury. You led them here, he accused, fingers transforming into claws despite the moon's phase. Harry dodged, his smaller size an advantage among the trees. No. I had no idea. Fenrir didn't listen, driven by rage and the fear of capture. He charged again, slashing at Harry with deadly intent. This wasn't training. This wasn't a lesson. Fenrir meant to kill him. Harry's magic responded to the mortal threat, no longer controlled but wild and instinctive. A blast of energy erupted from him, catching Fenrir mid-leap and throwing him violently backward. The Alpha crashed through a tree trunk with a sickening sound, landing in a broken heap. Silence fell across the clearing. The Death Eaters had been subdued, the Aurors now turning their attention to the wolf pack. Silva stared at Harry with wide eyes, caught between fear and awe at the display of power. The gray-haired wizard approached cautiously, hands raised to show he meant no harm. Harry, he said gently. My name is Remus Lupin. I was a friend of your parents. Harry backed away, confused and overwhelmed. Everything was happening too fast. Stay back, he warned. You're safe now, Lupin continued. We've been searching for you since that night. Since Voldemort killed your parents and you disappeared. I didn't disappear, Harry said, voice shaking. Fenrir took me. Raised me. Lupin nodded, understanding in his eyes. I know. We've tracked Greyback's pack for months, ever since we got word you might be with them. Harry glanced at his packmates, torn between worlds. They're my family now. They kidnapped you, Harry, an Auror interjected. They're criminals. No, Harry insisted. Not all of them. They protected me. Taught me. Silva moved to his side, defiant despite the wands pointed their way. He's pack, she declared. Ours. Lupin studied them both, something like recognition dawning in his eyes. I understand more than you might think, he said quietly. I'm a werewolf too. This revelation sent murmurs through both groups. Lupin rolled up his sleeve, showing scars similar to those carried by the pack. Bitten as a child, he explained. Your father, James, and your mother, Lily, accepted me despite it. They protected me, as your pack has protected you. Harry hesitated, conflicted. This man knew his parents. Claimed to be like him, caught between worlds. What happens now, he asked. Lupin glanced at the Aurors, then back to Harry. That depends partly on you. The wizarding world has been looking for you for years. There are people who care about you, who want to help you. And my pack. Those who've committed no crimes can go free, Lupin assured him. Fenrir and the Death Eaters will face justice, but the others. Harry looked to Silva, to Rolf, to Lyra who had finally moved to stand with them. I won't leave them. Perhaps you don't have to, not completely, Lupin suggested. There are arrangements that could be made. As dawn broke through the trees, Harry found himself at a crossroads. The pack life he knew had shattered with Fenrir's betrayal, yet those he cared for still stood beside him. And now, a connection to his parents, to a world he barely remembered, was being offered. "I need time," he said finally. "To think. To decide." Lupin nodded, understanding in his eyes. "Of course. But know this, Harry, you have a place in both worlds. You always have." As the sun rose higher, casting long shadows through the forest, Harry Potter, Moonfoot of the Wolf Pack, the boy who lived, stood between his past and his future, between the world of wizards and the world of wolves. For the first time in his young life, he would choose his own path. Chapter 2, Fong and Wan. 3 years changed everything and nothing. The forest remained, ancient and indifferent. The pack continued, adapting and surviving. And Harry, now 11 and known exclusively as Moonfoot among his people, grew stronger, wilder, and more confident in his unique place between worlds. The standoff with Fenrir had reshaped pack dynamics entirely. With the Alpha and his closest supporters taken by the Ministry Wizards, leadership had initially fallen to Skoll, whose measured approach had eventually stabilized their fractured community. The pack now numbered 23 wolves of varying ages, having absorbed several lone werewolves seeking the protection of numbers. Their territory had shifted northward to a remote valley in Scotland, far from wizarding settlements but within boundaries carefully negotiated with Remus Lupin, who had become an unexpected bridge between Harry's two worlds. "Breathe slower," Silva instructed, her voice barely audible over the rushing stream where they crouched. At 13, she'd grown tall and lithe, her dark hair often braided with feathers and bones in the pack style. "The fish can feel your excitement." Harry nodded, forcing his breathing to steady as he held his hands motionless beneath the crystal-clear water. They'd been practicing this technique for weeks, catching trout with bare hands, a skill that required supernatural patience. "Feel the current," she continued, demonstrating with her own hands. "Let it become part of you." A flash of silver streaked beneath Harry's fingers. He moved, fast but fluid, closing his grip around slippery scales. The trout thrashed wildly as he lifted it triumphantly. "Got one." Silva grinned. "Not bad for a wizard." He flicked water at her with his free hand. "Not a wizard." Pack. It was an old exchange between them, comfortable as worn leather. The truth was more complicated, of course. Harry was both and neither, a wizard raised by wolves, a human child of the forest with magic in his blood. "Race you back." Silva challenged, already gathering her own catch and sprinting away. Harry secured the trout in his belt pouch and bolted after her, feet finding purchase on the rocky terrain with practiced ease. His body had toughened over the years, lean muscle built through daily survival in the wilderness. He moved differently than full humans now, more fluidly, more aware of his surroundings, more connected to the forest around him. They burst into the pack settlement simultaneously, laughing and shoving each other playfully. The camp had evolved from temporary shelters to semi-permanent structures, crude cabins interspersed with traditional hide tents, arranged in a protective circle around the central fire pit. Children younger than Harry, both born wolves and bitten ones, chased each other between buildings while adults prepared for the evening meal. "Successful hunt?" Lyra called from where she stirred a bubbling pot. The years had weathered her further, gray now dominating her once dark hair, but her eyes remained sharp and kind. Harry held up his catch proudly. 3 trout and a surprise. He pulled a small leather pouch from his pocket, opening it to reveal a handful of wild honey, carefully harvested from a hive he'd discovered. Lyra's face brightened. "Clever pup. That'll make the celebration special." "What celebration?" Harry asked, immediately curious. "Skoll's announcement tonight," Lyra replied, accepting the honey. "Something important, from the preparations." Harry exchanged glances with Silva. They'd noticed the hushed conversations among the pack leaders, the increased patrols, the sense of anticipation that had been building for days. "Moon ritual?" Silva guessed. The full moon was still a week away, but sometimes preparations began early for significant pack ceremonies. Lyra merely smiled mysteriously. "You'll know soon enough. Now make yourselves useful and clean those fish." They settled into the familiar task, working in companionable silence. Harry's mind wandered to what the announcement might be. He'd grown more attuned to pack politics over the years, recognizing the subtle shifts in relationships and alliances that kept their community functioning. Skoll had proven a different kind of alpha than Fenrir, less domineering, more collaborative, though no less fierce when defending pack interests. He'd accepted Harry's unique status, recognizing the advantages of having a wizard-raised wolf in their midst, particularly one with Harry's growing magical abilities. Those abilities had continued to develop, sometimes in unpredictable ways. Without formal training, Harry's magic manifested instinctively, shaped by his environment and needs. He could now call fire with a thought, sense danger miles away, heal minor wounds, and communicate with certain forest creatures. Most remarkably, he discovered an affinity with the wolves during their transformations, not changing himself, but somehow easing their pain, helping them maintain more of their human consciousness during the full moon. This talent had elevated his standing considerably. Even those who had initially distrusted the human pup now acknowledged his value. He was no longer just a curiosity or a potential asset, he was pack, with his own place in their hierarchy. As dusk fell, the pack gathered around the central fire. Freshly caught fish, venison, and foraged greens made a feast by their standards. Harry sat cross-legged between Silva and Rolf, watching Skoll pace thoughtfully before taking his place at the head of the circle. The Alpha surveyed them all, his scarred face solemn in the firelight. 3 years of peace, he began, his deep voice carrying easily to every ear. 3 years of rebuilding what was broken. Tonight, we acknowledge how far we've come, and face what lies ahead. Murmurs rippled through the gathering. Harry leaned forward, sensing the weight of what was coming. The wizard world is stirring, Skoll continued. Their ministry grows bold again, pushing new regulations against our kind. Their aurors patrol closer to our boundaries each month. Growls of displeasure rumbled from several throats. The pack's relationship with wizarding authorities remained tense despite Lupin's mediation. And now, Skoll said, his gaze finding Harry, they reach for one of our own. From within his fur-lined vest, Skoll withdrew a letter, thick parchment, sealed with wax, the elegant script visible even from a distance. Harry's pulse quickened. He'd been expecting this, in a way, ever since Lupin had explained about Hogwarts during one of his visits. For Moonfoot, Skoll announced, extending the letter. From the wizard school. Harry rose, aware of every eye upon him as he crossed to accept the envelope. The wax seal bore the Hogwarts crest, lion, eagle, badger, and snake surrounding a stylized H. His name was written in emerald ink, Mr. H., Potter, the Eastern Den, Blackwood Valley, Scotland. They know where I am, he said, looking up at Skoll with alarm. They've always known, the Alpha replied grimly. Lupin made sure of that. The question is what we do now. Harry broke the seal, unfolding the parchment to read aloud, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confede, of Wizards, dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Silence followed his reading. Harry turned the second page, scanning the list of required items, robes, books, a wand, a cauldron, trappings of a world he barely knew. Well, prompted Kara, a female werewolf close to his age. Will you go? It was the question everyone wanted answered. Harry looked around at the faces that had been his family for as long as he could remember, Lyra who had raised him, Silva who was like a sister, Rolf and the others who had accepted him despite his differences. I don't know, he answered honestly. It's a different world. Your world, by birth, Skoll said, neither encouraging nor discouraging. The choice must be yours, but know this, your decision affects us all. How? Harry asked, though part of him already understood. You are the boy who lived, Skoll replied, using the title that still felt foreign to Harry despite Lupin's explanations. Your presence here has protected us, given us leverage with the Ministry. If you leave. He didn't need to finish. Without Harry's connection to them, the pack might lose the fragile tolerance they'd negotiated with wizarding authorities. I wouldn't abandon you, Harry said fiercely. Whatever I decide. Lyra stepped forward, her weathered hand coming to rest on his shoulder. No one doubts your loyalty, Moonfoot. But this is about more than that. It's about your path, who you will become. The conversation continued late into the night, opinions divided. Some urged Harry to seize the opportunity to learn controlled magic that could better serve the pack. Others feared losing him to the wizard world that had never accepted their kind. Harry himself remained torn, the letter heavy in his hands as he finally retreated to his sleep tent. The crude structure, built with his own hands from forest materials, offered privacy rare in pack life, a concession to his unique status. Inside, he lit a small fire with a gesture, the flames casting dancing shadows across the hides that lined his dwelling. Personal possessions were few, a knife carved from stag antler, a collection of interesting stones and feathers, crude drawings depicting pack life. His most treasured item lay wrapped in soft leather beneath his sleeping furs, a photograph Lupin had given him, showing his parents smiling and waving, eternally young. He unwrapped it now, studying their faces as he had countless times before. James Potter with his unruly black hair so like Harry's own. Lily with her kind green eyes. They looked happy, normal, unaware of their fate. What would they want for him? The wizard life they'd known, or the wild freedom he'd found with the pack? Sleep came fitfully, dreams mixing images of stone castles with running through moonlit forests. Dawn broke with unexpected visitors. Harry sensed them first, his magical awareness having expanded to encompass the pack's territory. He sat upright in his furs, fully alert. Wizards, he called, emerging from his tent. 3 of them, coming from the South Trail. Skoll was already mobilizing the pack, positioning the younger members toward the center of camp while those capable of fighting formed a loose perimeter. Unlike Fenrir, Skoll believed in protecting rather than risking their own. Peaceful approach, Harry reported, focusing his senses. One of them is Lupin. Relief softened some faces. Lupin's monthly visits had become routine, his gentle manner and condition earning reluctant acceptance from most pack members. Whoever accompanied him today, however, was cause for caution. They appeared minutes later, Lupin leading the way, looking more haggard than usual in his patched robes, followed by a tall, severe-looking woman in emerald green and an ancient wizard whose silver beard reached his waist. Even without introductions, Harry recognized Albus Dumbledore from the chocolate frog card Lupin had once shown him. The headmaster of Hogwarts had come personally. Greetings to the pack of Blackwood Valley, Dumbledore called, stopping at a respectful distance. We come as friends, seeking peaceful dialogue. Skoll stepped forward, chin raised. State your business, wizard. I believe you received our letter yesterday, Dumbledore replied, blue eyes twinkling as they found Harry among the group. I thought a conversation might be more productive than correspondence. Harry moved to stand beside Skoll, conscious of presenting a united front. You could have warned us, Lupin. Remus smiled apologetically. Would you have agreed to the meeting if I had? Probably not, Harry admitted. The pack's wariness of outsiders ran deep. Then you understand my methods, Dumbledore said cheerfully. May we approach further? These old bones find shouting across clearings rather taxing. Skoll considered for a moment, then nodded. The Alpha Circle. No wands drawn. The visitors were led to the ceremonial area, a ring of flat stones surrounding a fire pit, used for pack decisions and rituals. Harry took his place among the pack leaders, a position he'd earned through demonstrated loyalty and growing abilities. Introductions were made formally. The stern woman was Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Her appraising look reminded Harry of Lyra when she was deciding if he'd earned extra portions at dinner. "So," Scholes said once they were seated, "you've come for the boy." "Not quite," Dumbledore replied mildly. "We've come to offer Harry an opportunity. The choice remains his." Harry studied the old wizard, trying to reconcile this gentle-seeming man with the powerful figure Lupin had described. Dumbledore met his gaze directly, something like sadness behind the twinkle in his eyes. "You look very like your father," the headmaster observed. "But you have my mother's eyes," Harry finished. "Lupin told me." "Indeed?" Dumbledore nodded. "Remus has kept us informed of your well-being, though perhaps not of all your accomplishments." Harry frowned, glancing at Lupin, who suddenly seemed fascinated by the ground. "What do you mean?" "Word travels, even from remote places," Dumbledore said vaguely. "Tales of a boy raised by wolves, with unusual magical abilities. A child who can ease the pain of transformation, who speaks to forest creatures, who commands wandless magic most adults cannot master." Skoll growled low in his throat. "You've been spying on us." "Monitoring," corrected McGonagall. "Mr. Potter's safety has been our concern since we learned of his unusual situation." "I've been perfectly safe with my pack," Harry said defensively. "Yes," agreed Dumbledore. "And that speaks well of those who raised you. But the time has come to consider your education, Harry. Your magical training." "I can do magic already," Harry demonstrated by raising his hand, conjuring a small flame that danced across his fingertips before vanishing. "Impressive," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Self-taught magic is rare and often speaks to exceptional ability. But it is also unpredictable, potentially dangerous as you grow older and more powerful." Harry had experienced this firsthand, incidents where his emotions had triggered magical outbursts beyond his control. Once, angered during an argument with Rolf, he'd accidentally shattered every clay pot in the vicinity. Another time, frightened by a sudden thunderstorm, he'd created a shield so powerful it had repelled even the rain for hours. "Hogwarts can help you harness that power," Dumbledore continued. "Train it, focus it, make it serve your intentions rather than your impulses." "And in return?" Skoll asked shrewdly. "What do you expect from him?" Dumbledore spread his hands. "Only that he learn. That he discover his potential." "And after graduation," pressed Lyra, who had joined the circle. "Do you expect him to rejoin your society permanently? Abandon his pack?" "That would be entirely Harry's decision," McGonagall interjected. "Many of our students maintain connections to multiple worlds. Mr. Lupin here is proof of that possibility." Harry looked to Remus, who nodded encouragingly. "It's true, Harry. Your father and Sirius never abandoned me, even after learning what I was. Real bonds transcend these divisions." "There's more," Harry said, sensing the undercurrents in the conversation. "Something you're not saying?" Dumbledore's eyes sharpened with interest. "Perceptive." "Yes, there is a broader context to consider." He leaned forward slightly. "The wizarding world has expectations of Harry Potter. The boy who survived Lord Voldemort carries a certain symbolic weight. Your absence has been noted. Questioned. You want me as a symbol," Harry concluded flatly. "I want you to have choices," Dumbledore corrected. "Currently, your absence fuels speculation, some of it harmful to both yourself and those you care about." Harry tensed. "Is that a threat?" "A reality," Dumbledore replied calmly. "There are those who would use your situation to further anti-werewolf sentiment. The boy who lived, kidnapped and corrupted by dark creatures. That narrative grows stronger the longer you remain isolated." The implications were clear. Harry's choice affected not just his future but the pack's safety. Politics he barely understood could threaten everything he cared about. "I need time to think," he said finally. "To discuss with my pack." "Of course," Dumbledore agreed readily. "We will await your decision. Term begins September 1st, though arrangements would need to be made before then for your supplies and orientation." The meeting concluded shortly after, with Lupin promising to return in 3 days for Harry's answer. As the wizards departed, Harry felt the weight of expectation settle on his shoulders, heavier than any physical burden he'd carried through the forest. "They're manipulating you," Silva said bluntly when they gathered later by the stream, their private place for honest conversations. "Using the pack as leverage." "I know," Harry sighed, skimming a stone across the water. "But they're not entirely wrong either. If wizards decided we're a threat." Rolf, who had joined them, nodded grimly. "The Ministry's been looking for excuses to crack down on unregistered werewolves for years. Only Lupin's intervention has kept them off our territory." "And you're curious," Silva added, watching Harry closely. "About that world. About learning proper magic." She knew him too well. Despite his loyalty to the pack, the lure of formal magical training pulled at him. The idea of understanding the power that flowed through his veins, of meeting others like himself, of perhaps even finding connection to his parents' legacy, it called to something deep within. "Would it be so terrible?" he asked softly. "If I went, but came back? If I learned things that could help us?" Silva plucked absently at grass beside her. "You might not want to come back. Once you see how they live, warm houses, easy food, people who don't transform into monsters once a month." "You're not monsters," Harry said fiercely. "To them we are." Rolf's voice held the bitterness of experience. "Never forget that, Moonfoot. No matter how they smile and offer you wonderful opportunities." The debate continued over the following days, Harry torn between worlds. Skoll offered neither encouragement nor discouragement, maintaining that the choice must be Harry's alone. Lyra reminisced about the wizarding world she'd known before being bitten, painting a picture of wonders but also of prejudice and fear. On the second night, Harry retreated to the highest point in their territory, a rocky outcrop overlooking the valley. Here, beneath stars unclouded by human lights, he often came to think. He sensed Skoll's approach before hearing him, the Alpha's distinctive tread familiar after years of training together. "Decisions don't get easier with height," Skoll commented wryly, settling beside him on the rock. "Though the view improves." Harry smiled despite his inner turmoil. "I'm trying to see clearly." "And what do you see?" "Two paths," Harry replied honestly. "Neither perfect. If I stay, I might never fully understand my magic or my parents' world. If I go, I might lose my connection here, or bring danger to the pack." Skoll was quiet for a long moment, watching the moon, 3/4 full, casting silver light across the valley. "When I became Alpha," he said finally, "I thought leadership meant having all the answers. I was wrong. It means making choices with incomplete information, then living with the consequences." Harry nodded, understanding the lesson. "How do you decide when both options have risks?" "You ask what serves the greater purpose," Skoll said simply. "Not just your immediate desires, but the longer path. What builds strength rather than merely avoiding weakness." They sat in companionable silence, the philosophy settling into Harry's thoughts. Eventually, Skoll spoke again. "The full moon rises in 4 nights. Before you decide, you should complete the moonblood ritual." Harry's head snapped up in surprise. "Me? But I'm not a werewolf by bite or birth," Skoll acknowledged. "But you are pack. You've earned the right to be recognized formally, regardless of what path you choose next." The moonblood ritual was significant, a ceremony rarely offered to outsiders. It created magical bonds between pack members, ties that transcended distance and time. Harry had witnessed it only twice in his life with the pack. "Thank you," he said, emotion tightening his throat. I would be honored. Skoll nodded, satisfaction in his expression. Then it is decided. For nights from now, under the full moon, you will become blood-bound to your chosen pack siblings. As they descended back toward camp, Harry felt a measure of peace. Whatever he decided about Hogwarts, this ritual would anchor him to his wolf family forever. Preparations for the Moonblood ritual consumed the next 3 days. Such ceremonies were taken seriously, requiring specific materials and careful timing. Harry was permitted to select 3 pack siblings for direct blood bonding, those who would be magically linked to him most strongly. Silva, he named first, without hesitation. Their friendship had been the cornerstone of his life among the wolves. Rolf came second, the loyal friend who had taught him hunting and tracking. His third choice proved more difficult. Lyra had raised him, but her age meant the bond might not last many years. Skoll as Alpha would forge the strongest connection, but such a bond had political implications Harry wasn't sure he understood. In the end, he chose Kara, quiet, steady Kara whose healing skills had saved pack members multiple times. Having such a connection could prove invaluable if he or his blood siblings ever needed emergency help. Each choice required acceptance from the named wolf, a formal acknowledgement conducted before the entire pack. All 3 accepted without reservation, though Rolf made a show of considering it dramatically before breaking into a grin. On the morning of the full moon, Lupin returned as promised, alone this time. Harry met him at the territory boundary, having reached his decision after long reflection. I'll go to Hogwarts, he told Remus without preamble. But on my terms. Lupin's face brightened with obvious relief. I'm glad, Harry. What terms did you have in mind? I return to the pack during holidays. I maintain contact through you when I can't come in person. And most importantly, Harry fixed him with an intense stare, the Ministry continues to recognize pack territory and sovereignty. Those seem reasonable, Lupin agreed cautiously. Though I can't personally guarantee Ministry policy. Then Dumbledore will have to, Harry said firmly. Or I stay here. Lupin studied him with new respect. You've learned to negotiate like an alpha. I've learned to protect what's mine, Harry corrected. Will Dumbledore agree? I believe he will, Lupin said after a moment's consideration. He wants you at Hogwarts quite badly, Harry. More than you might realize. Because I'm the boy who lived. Partly, Lupin admitted. But also because, well, he made a mistake once, letting you disappear. I think he's trying to make amends. This was new information. What do you mean, letting me disappear? Lupin sighed, looking suddenly tired. It's complicated, Harry. After your parents died, Dumbledore arranged for you to be placed with your mother's sister and her family. Before those arrangements could be completed, Fenrir's pack found you in the ruins. You mean I was supposed to grow up with human relatives? Normal ones? The Dursleys, yes. Though normal might be generous. Lupin's expression suggested his opinion of these relatives wasn't entirely positive. The point is, Dumbledore blamed himself for not ensuring your safety. When we finally located you 3 years ago. He wanted to take me away immediately, Harry guessed. Lupin nodded. I convinced him otherwise. Argued that forcing you away from the only family you'd known would do more harm than good. That we should wait until Hogwarts age, give you time to adjust to the idea. Harry processed this, grateful for Lupin's intervention but troubled by the larger implications. His life had been shaped by others' decisions, Voldemort's attack, Fenrir's kidnapping, Dumbledore's placement plans, Lupin's compromise. Now, finally, he was making a choice of his own. Tell him I'll come, he said with finality. After tonight's ritual. Lupin's eyebrows rose. Ritual? What sort of pack business? Harry cut him off, not unkindly but firmly. Some things remained private, even from Lupin. I'll be ready tomorrow. As evening approached, the pack gathered in their ceremonial clearing, a perfect circle of ancient stones, discovered rather than created, that had partly influenced their choice of territory. Fires burned at the 4 directional points, casting dancing light across solemn faces. Harry had been prepared by Lyra throughout the day, bathed in herb-infused water from the sacred spring, marked with symbols of the pack in ash and clay, dressed in ceremonial furs that left his chest and arms bare. Similar preparations had been made for his 3 chosen blood siblings. Skoll stood at the circle's center, transformed by the solemnity of his role from everyday leader to mystic guide. The pack formed concentric rings around him, with the youngest members on the outside and the elders closest to the center. "Tonight, we gather under Wolf Moon to bind what cannot be broken," Skoll began, voice resonant in the hushed clearing. "To forge in magic and blood what has grown in spirit and heart." Harry stepped forward at his signal, followed by Silva, Rolf, and Kara. They formed a smaller circle facing inward, arms linked. Moonfoot, child of 2 worlds, has proven himself packed through courage, loyalty, and sacrifice, Skoll continued. Today he claims his place among us permanently, bound by the ancient magic that transcends human law and wizard decree. From a stone altar, Skoll retrieved 4 silver bowls and an obsidian knife, carefully handled with leather wraps to prevent silver burn. Harry knew the significance. Werewolves using silver in their own ritual was a reclaiming of the metal wizards had weaponized against them, transforming symbol of weakness into symbol of strength. Blood freely given, Skoll intoned. Magic freely shared. Loyalty freely pledged. One by one, each participant extended their arm over a silver bowl. Skoll made shallow cuts across their forearms, collecting the mingled blood. Harry felt no fear as the blade crossed his skin, only a deep sense of rightness, of belonging. The blood in each bowl was mixed with different elements, earth from pack territory, water from their sacred spring, ash from their communal fire, and resin from the ancient pines that sheltered their dens. By earth, be grounded in pack, Skoll touched the first mixture to each participant's forehead. By water, flow with pack, came the second, marked over their hearts. By fire, fight for pack, the third, drawn across their right palms. By air, breathe with pack, the last, traced down their throats. The markings complete, Skoll stepped back. Now, the binding. This was the moment Harry had prepared for, drawing on both his pack training and his innate magic. Together with his blood siblings, he raised his arms to the full moon now rising above the clearing. "We call to Mother Moon," they chanted in unison. "Witness our bond, bless our blood, guard our pack." Harry felt his magic stir, rising from somewhere deep within. Unlike his usual controlled magic, this felt wild, ancient, connected to something far greater than himself. He sensed similar energy from his siblings, the primal force that made them werewolves, reaching toward his own power. The clearing filled with silvery light that seemed to emanate not just from the moon but from the 4 of them. Wind whipped through the circle, carrying their chants skyward. The blood markings on their skin began to glow, pulsing with shared heartbeats. Harry's magic expanded further, responding instinctively to the ritual's demands. Threads of golden light extended from his chest, connecting to Silva, Rolf, and Kara, visible manifestations of the bonds being formed. The pack witnesses, Skoll called through the magical whirlwind. The moon blesses. The bond is sealed. A final surge of energy passed through the circle, momentarily lifting the 4 participants off the ground before settling them gently back to earth. As the magical light faded, Harry felt the difference immediately, a warm awareness of his blood siblings, a sense of their presence that transcended physical proximity. The pack erupted in howls of celebration, human voices mimicking wolf calls until the actual transformation began. As the full moon's influence reached its peak, Harry watched his family shift forms, the painful, beautiful metamorphosis he'd witnessed countless times. For the first time, he could feel it through the new bonds, echo sensations of bones restructuring, senses sharpening, human consciousness partially submerging beneath wolf instinct. His blood siblings' transformation seemed easier than usual, his magic somehow buffering the pain. When the transformation completed, 22 wolves and 1 human boy stood in the moonlight. But Harry no longer felt like an outsider. The bonds pulsed with shared life force, connecting him to Pack in a way that even physical transformation couldn't have achieved. Skull, now a massive grey wolf with intelligent eyes, approached Harry and bowed his head, an unprecedented gesture of respect from Alpha to Pack member. "Thank you," Harry whispered, knowing he was understood despite the transformation. That night, he ran with the Pack for the first time not as observer but as participant, keeping pace through forest and field, sharing the hunt, howling with voices both wolf and human. Through the blood bonds, he experienced fragments of wolf consciousness, the glorious rush of scent information, the unity of Pack movement, the simple joy of moonlight on fur. By dawn, as the wolves transformed back to human form, Harry knew he had been changed as well. Not physically, he remained fully human, but magically and spiritually. Whatever path he walked now, a piece of wolf Pack would always run with him. "It worked better than expected," Silva commented, wrapping herself in the robe left near her transformation spot. Despite the exhaustion that typically followed the change, she looked energized. "I felt you during the run. Like you were right inside my head." "Same," Rolf agreed, approaching with Kara. "Never had an easier transformation either." "Your magic did something, Moonfoot." Harry nodded, feeling the connections humming between them. I think this is what the ritual was really for. Not just to bind me to you, but to give you a piece of my magic." "Clever pup," Lyra said, joining their conversation. Her transformation had left her more drained than the younger wolves. Skull suspected as much. "Your ability to ease transformations, combined with blood magic, it created something new. Will it last when I'm gone?" Harry asked, suddenly concerned about leaving. "The bond will stretch, not break," Lyra assured him. "Distance may weaken it, but magic this profound doesn't simply disappear." As the Pack recovered and returned to camp, Harry found Skull waiting by his tent. The Alpha looked tired but satisfied. "Now you understand," he said simply. "Why the ritual was necessary before your departure." Harry nodded. "To ensure I remain connected. That I remember where I belong. And to protect you," Skull added. "The wizarding world has its own dangers. This bond will allow your siblings to sense if you're in true peril, no matter the distance." The depth of Skull's foresight impressed Harry. The Alpha hadn't just been performing a ceremonial function, he'd been creating a safety net. "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "For everything." Skull clasped his shoulder firmly. "Remember what I taught you. In the wizard world, show respect but never submission. You are wolf-raised. You are Moonfoot of Blackwood Pack." "I'll make you proud," Harry promised. "You already have." The following morning, Harry prepared for departure. His possessions were few and quickly packed: the photograph of his parents, a tooth necklace gifted by Rolf, a small knife, sturdy clothes made from leather and traded fabrics. Lyra had insisted on giving him a deerskin bag she'd been saving, decorated with Pack symbols. "For carrying wizard books," she said gruffly, blinking back uncharacteristic tears. Goodbyes were brief but heartfelt. The Pack didn't believe in dramatic farewells, partings were seen as temporary in the grand cycle of life. Still, Harry found himself memorizing faces, scents, the feel of the camp in morning light. His blood siblings accompanied him to the meeting point where Lupin waited. The bond between them hummed with shared emotion, excitement, anxiety, resolve. "This isn't goodbye," Silva said fiercely. "It's just a different hunting ground." Rolf punched his shoulder lightly. "Learn useful magic. Nothing frivolous. And healing," Kara added quietly. "Your talent could be developed." Harry nodded, throat tight with emotion. "I'll be back at first holiday. And I'll try to send messages somehow." Lupin approached cautiously, respecting the Pack farewells. "Ready, Harry?" With a final embrace for each blood sibling, Harry stepped toward his father's friend. Ready. They traveled first on foot through packed territory, then by something Lupin called side-along apparition, a disorienting experience of compression and sudden relocation that left Harry momentarily nauseated. Sorry, Lupin apologized as Harry regained his balance. Should have warned you, it feels strange the first time. They had arrived in London, instantly transported from Scottish wilderness to bustling city. The sensory assault was overwhelming, too many smells, sounds, movements. Harry fought the urge to flee, to find somewhere quiet and green. It's all right, Lupin said gently, noticing his distress. We won't linger in the busy areas. We're headed somewhere special. He led Harry through crowded streets to a shabby-looking pub called the Leaky Cauldron. Inside, the atmosphere shifted from mundane city to something distinctly magical. People in robes conversed over strange-colored drinks while objects occasionally floated through the air of their own accord. Several patrons glanced their way, but Lupin kept them moving toward the back, through a door that opened onto a small courtyard. There, he tapped a specific pattern on the brick wall with his wand. The bricks rearranged themselves, forming an archway that revealed a sight that stole Harry's breath, a winding cobblestone street lined with the most extraordinary shops he'd ever imagined. Welcome, said Lupin with a smile, to Diagon Alley. Harry stared in wonder. Signs advertised cauldrons, owls, wands, robes, books on every magical subject. People in colorful wizard attire bustled between shops, many accompanied by children around Harry's age. This is where we'll get your school supplies, Lupin explained. Dumbledore has arranged a special account for you until we can access your parents' vault at Gringotts. My parents had money? Harry asked, surprised. The Potters were a wealthy family, Lupin confirmed. You'll have plenty for school and beyond when you come of age. It was another piece of his history Harry hadn't known, another connection to the parents he barely remembered. He followed Lupin through the crowded street, trying not to stare too obviously at the magical displays in shop windows. Their first stop was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where a kindly witch measured Harry for his school uniform. She made no comment about his unusual clothing or the wolf-tooth necklace he refused to remove, simply working around it. Stand still, dear, she instructed, pins floating in the air around her. First year at Hogwarts? We've had quite the rush today. Indeed, another boy was being fitted nearby, pale, with white blonde hair and a pointed face. He eyed Harry with undisguised curiosity. Hello, the boy said. Hogwarts too. Harry nodded, and used to casual conversation with strangers his own age. My father's next door buying books and mother's up the street looking at wands, the boy continued in a bored, drawling voice. Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. Don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow. Harry blinked, finding the boy's entitled attitude both foreign and faintly amusing. It reminded him of young wolves posturing for status. Do you have your own broom? The boy asked. No, Harry replied simply. Play Quidditch at all? No. Harry had heard of the wizarding sport from Lupin but had never seen it played. I do, father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house. Know what house you'll be in yet? Harry shook his head, growing tired of the one-sided conversation. Well, no one really knows until they get there, do they? But I know I'll be in Slytherin, all our family have been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff, I think I'd leave, wouldn't you? By the way, where are your parents? Dead, said Harry shortly. Oh, sorry, said the boy, not sounding sorry at all. But they were our kind, weren't they? They were a witch and wizard, if that's what you mean. The boy nodded approvingly. I really don't think they should let the other sort in, do you? They're just not the same, they've never been brought up to know our ways. Some of them have never even heard of Hogwarts until they get the letter. I think they should keep it in the old wizarding families. Harry's dislike deepened. The boy's attitude toward the other sort sounded uncomfortably like prejudice against werewolves. "What's your surname, anyway?" the boy asked. Before Harry could answer, Madame Malkin announced he was finished. Harry stepped down from the footstool with relief. "See you at Hogwarts, I suppose," said the drawling boy. Outside, Harry found Lupin waiting with ice cream, a rare treat he'd tasted only a few times when pack trading had yielded such luxuries. "Made a friend?" Lupin asked, nodding toward the shop. Harry shook his head. "Not likely. He seemed arrogant." "Ah, well, you'll meet all sorts at Hogwarts," Lupin replied diplomatically. "Some better than others." They continued through Diagon Alley, collecting textbooks, potions ingredients, a telescope, and various other supplies. Harry found himself particularly drawn to the apothecary, recognizing many ingredients from forest foraging but discovering dozens more he'd never encountered. "Your mother had quite the talent for potions," Lupin commented, noticing his interest. "One of the best in our year." These casual mentions of his parents were precious to Harry, each one a small gift that helped form a clearer picture of the people he'd lost. Their second-to-last stop was Ollivander's, a narrow shop with a single wand on a faded cushion in the window. Inside, thousands of narrow boxes were piled to the ceiling, the air thick with dust and magical energy. An old man with wide, pale eyes appeared silently from the shadows, making Harry tense instinctively. "Good afternoon," the man said softly. His gaze fixed on Harry with unsettling intensity. "I've been expecting you, Mr. Potter." Harry exchanged glances with Lupin, who nodded encouragingly. "You have your mother's eyes," Ollivander continued. "It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches, swishy, made of willow. Nice for charm work." He moved closer, and Harry resisted the urge to back away. "Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches, pliable, excellent for transfiguration." "Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course." Ollivander's silvery eyes traced the lightning scar on Harry's forehead, visible beneath his unruly hair. "And that's where. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands, well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do." He shook himself and abruptly began measuring Harry, arm length, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and oddly, around his head. All the while, he spoke of wand materials and cores, of the precise art of wand making. Then came the trying of wands, dozens of them, each producing either no effect or occasionally destructive ones. A pile of rejected wands grew on the counter. Far from being discouraged, Ollivander seemed increasingly excited. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere." Finally, he pulled out a particular box, looking thoughtful. "I wonder, now, yes, why not, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple." Harry took the wand and immediately felt warmth in his fingers. He raised it above his head and brought it swishing down through the dusty air. A stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end like fireworks, throwing dancing spots of light onto the walls. "Oh, bravo!" cried Ollivander. "Yes, indeed, very good. But curious, how very curious." He put Harry's wand back into its box, wrapping it in brown paper, still muttering, "Curious, curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Ollivander fixed him with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." Harry swallowed. "Voldemort had the other wand?" "We do not speak his name," Ollivander whispered. "But yes, The wand chooses the wizard, remember. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. Harry shivered, not liking the comparison one bit. He paid 7 gold galleons for his wand and Ollivander bowed them from his shop. Don't let it trouble you too much, Lupin said as they stepped back into the sunlight. Wand connections are complex magic. It doesn't define who you'll become. Their final stop was the magical menagerie, where Dumbledore had arranged for Harry to select a pet, either an owl, cat, or toad as permitted by school rules. An owl would be most practical, Lupin advised. They carry mail in the wizarding world. You could write to the pack that way. The idea of maintaining contact with his blood siblings immediately appealed to Harry. Inside the shop, dozens of owls hooted from cages, barn owls, tawny owls, screech owls, and magnificent snowy owls. One in particular caught Harry's eye, a beautiful snowy owl with amber eyes that watched him with surprising intelligence. When he approached, the owl inclined its head regally, as if assessing his worthiness. She's been here a while, the shop owner commented. Bit particular about who she'll go with. Turned her beak up at the last 3 customers who tried to buy her. Harry extended his hand slowly toward the cage. The owl studied him for a moment, then leaned forward to nibble gently at his fingers, not a bite but a greeting. I think she's chosen you, Lupin said, smiling. The snowy owl came with cage, treats, and care instructions. Harry, who had never owned a pet that wasn't communally shared with the pack, felt a strange sense of responsibility toward the beautiful bird. What will you name her? Lupin asked as they exited the shop, their shopping complete. Harry considered. Names were important in pack culture, earned rather than arbitrarily assigned. I'll wait, he decided. Until I know her better. With arms full of packages and the owl's cage carefully balanced, they made their way back through Diagon Alley toward the leaky cauldron. The day's experiences swirled in Harry's mind, a dizzying introduction to the world he'd been born to but never known. Where do I go now? He asked Lupin. Until school starts. Dumbledore has arranged for you to stay with me, Lupin replied. My cottage isn't much, but there's room enough. Unless you prefer the Dursleys after all. Definitely not, Harry said quickly, having heard enough about his mother's sister and her husband to know they wouldn't welcome a wolf-raised nephew. But won't your condition make it difficult? The full moon has just passed, Lupin reminded him. We'll have weeks before the next one. And I have arrangements for those nights. The thought of staying with someone who understood both worlds, wizarding and wolf, was reassuring. Lupin had proven himself trustworthy over the years of monthly visits, never pushing Harry to leave the pack but offering glimpses of his heritage when appropriate. I'd like that, Harry decided. Though I want to visit the pack before term starts. Of course, Lupin agreed readily. We'll make sure of it. As they prepared to depart Diagon Alley, Harry felt the blood bond pulse gently, his siblings checking on him from afar. He sent back reassurance through the connection, a warmth of emotion that needed no words. Wolf and wizard. 2 worlds, now both his to navigate. Lupin's cottage proved to be a perfect transition between worlds, remote enough to offer forest access while still containing the basic comforts of wizarding life. Located on the edge of a small woodland in Yorkshire, the modest stone structure featured a garden gone slightly wild, a study crammed with books, and spare furnishings that suggested its owner spent little time on decorating. It's not much, Lupin apologized as he showed Harry to the guest room, but it's home. Harry, who had spent most of his life sleeping in hide tents or crude shelters, found it perfectly adequate. The room had a real bed, a novelty he approached with some suspicion, a wardrobe for his new school robes, and a window overlooking trees. It's great, he assured Lupin, releasing his snowy owl from her cage. She immediately flew to perch on the headboard, surveying her new territory with regal composure. The following days established a routine that helped Harry adjust to wizarding life without completely abandoning his wolf upbringing. Mornings began early, a habit ingrained from pack life, with exploration of the surrounding woods. Lupin often accompanied him, pointing out magical plants among the ordinary ones, sharing stories of Harry's parents as they walked. "Your father could transform into a stag," Lupin revealed one morning, watching Harry's astonishment with amusement. "An animagus, a wizard who can take animal form at will. He learned the skill to keep me company during full moons at school." "Could my mother transform too?" Harry asked eagerly. "No, but she was brilliant with charms," Lupin replied. "Could make objects dance across the room, create dazzling light displays. She had this way of seeing the beauty in magic, not just its practical uses." Afternoons were dedicated to preparing Harry for Hogwarts, not teaching spells, which would come with formal education, but explaining wizard customs, terminology, and the recent history he'd missed. Harry proved an avid learner, especially when information connected to his parents or might benefit the pack. He particularly enjoyed hearing about magical creatures, connecting wizard classification systems to his own wilderness experience. His description of a forest encounter with what must have been a botruckle impressed even Lupin with its detail. "You'd make a fine magizoologist," Lupin commented. "Someone who studies magical creatures. Like werewolves?" Harry asked pointedly. Lupin's smile turned sad. "Most magizoologists study beasts, not beings. Werewolves fall into an unfortunate classification limbo in wizard law." This prompted longer discussions about the prejudice werewolves faced in wizarding society, legal restrictions, employment discrimination, social ostracism. Harry listened with growing indignation, understanding better why his pack had chosen isolation. "It's not fair," he said simply. "Being a werewolf doesn't make someone evil." "No," agreed Lupin, "but fear is powerful, and wizards have feared what they don't understand for centuries. Change comes slowly." In the evenings, Harry practiced with his wand, simple spells Lupin deemed safe for a beginner. To his teacher's amazement, Harry mastered Lumos and Nox almost immediately, having performed similar magic wandlessly for years. Other spells proved more challenging, requiring the precise movements and incantations that formal magic demanded. "Wandless magic is instinctive," Lupin explained when Harry expressed frustration at needing a wand for spells he could previously perform naturally. "What you've done all your life is rare and impressive, but less controlled. Wand magic channels power more precisely." "It feels limited," Harry admitted. "Like trying to drink from a stream using only a hollow reed when I could just cup my hands before." Lupin considered this analogy thoughtfully. "An interesting perspective. Perhaps it's both, the reed limits how much water you can take at once, but also directs it exactly where you want it to go." Throughout these lessons, Harry's snowy owl watched from various perches, her amber eyes following their movements. She proved highly intelligent, quickly learning her name, Hedwig, chosen from a history book after Harry discovered she responded positively to names beginning with H. 2 weeks before term started, as promised, Lupin arranged for Harry to visit his pack. They apparat to a designated meeting point at the territory's edge, where Silva was already waiting, practically vibrating with excitement. "Moonfoot," she cried, launching herself at him in a wolf's greeting, half tackle, half embrace. "We felt you coming before we saw you." The blood bond hummed with renewed strength at their proximity. Harry grinned, matching her enthusiasm. "I've missed you." "Come on," she tugged him toward camp, barely acknowledging Lupin. "Everyone's waiting." The reunion proved both joyful and enlightening. Harry shared his experiences in the wizard world while his packmates updated him on territory developments, a new young wolf rescued from abusive parents, successful hunting grounds discovered northward, tensions with a neighboring magical creature community that Skoll was negotiating carefully. "And this," Harry said proudly, displaying his wand, "lets me focus the magic better. Watch." He demonstrated a simple charm that made small stones hover and dance in patterns, much to the delight of the younger pack members, who tried unsuccessfully to catch them. "Useful," Skoll observed. "For hunting. More for learning right now," Harry explained. But I'm keeping notes on anything that might help the pack. That night, around the communal fire, Harry sensed a subtle shift in how some pack members viewed him, not with distrust, but with a new awareness of his connection to the wider world. He was becoming a bridge between their isolated community and wizarding society, for better or worse. Before departing the next morning, Harry presented gifts he'd selected in Diagon Alley: enchanted blankets that retained heat without weight for the elders, self-sharpening knives for the hunters, magical salves for Kara's healing kit. And this, he told Silva privately, pressing a small mirror into her hand, is a two-way communication device. Lupin helped me enchant it. If you speak my name while holding it, I'll feel it through the bond, and we can talk through the matching one I have. Her eyes widened. Even from Hogwarts? Even from there, he confirmed. So you won't have to wait for Hedwig to carry messages. The farewell was easier this time, tempered by the knowledge of their magical connection and these new means of communication. As Harry departed with Lupin, the blood bond pulsed with shared resolve. Distance would test their connection, not break it. The remaining days before September 1st passed quickly. Harry devoured his textbooks, particularly fascinated by potions and defense against the dark arts. The latter contained brief, often prejudiced mentions of werewolves that made him frown in disagreement. These books make it sound like all werewolves are dangerous monsters, he complained to Lupin one evening. There's nothing about pack structure, or how most just want to be left alone during full moons. Wizard education has its blind spots, Lupin acknowledged. Perhaps one day someone will write more accurate texts. The night before departure for Hogwarts, Harry sat on his bed, organizing his trunk with methodical care. Each item represented a piece of his identity: school robes alongside deerskin pouches, textbooks beside carved tokens from his blood siblings, wand next to the hunting knife he refused to leave behind. A soft knock preceded Lupin's entrance. All packed? Harry nodded, making room for him to sit. I think so. Nervous? A little, Harry admitted. It's all so structured. So many rules. Lupin smiled sympathetically. It will be an adjustment. But remember, Hogwarts has its own kind of freedom. You'll learn magic beyond what you can imagine now. Will the other students know? About me? About being raised by werewolves? Dumbledore has agreed to keep your specific background private, Lupin assured him. They'll know you're Harry Potter, of course, the boy who lived can't stay anonymous. But the details of where you've been these past 10 years? That's yours to share or keep as you choose. Harry absently touched the wolf-tooth necklace he still wore. What if they can tell? That I'm different? All students feel different when they first arrive, Lupin said gently. Some raised by muggles, non-magical folk, who know nothing of magic until their letter arrives. Others from ancient wizarding families with centuries of expectations. You'll find your place among them. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but appreciated the reassurance. After Lupin left, he withdrew the photograph of his parents from its protective wrapping, propping it beside his bed. I'm going to Hogwarts tomorrow, he told their smiling images. Where you met. Where you learned magic. Their faces continued to smile and wave, eternally frozen in that happy moment. For the first time, Harry felt he might be following in their footsteps, connecting to a legacy he'd never fully understood. That night, he dreamed of running through the Forbidden Forest, which he'd read about in Hogwarts, a history, alongside wolves and stags, beneath a castle that glittered with welcoming lights. Morning brought a flurry of last-minute preparations. Lupin checked and double-checked that Harry had everything required, adding a few extra items, just in case: a magical first aid kit, a small book on simple healing spells, a compass enchanted to point toward home rather than north. They traveled to King's Cross Station by a method called the night bus, a violently purple triple-decker that careened through London traffic in a way that left Harry simultaneously terrified and exhilarated. Hedwig, secured in her cage, looked distinctly ruffled by the experience. The station itself proved overwhelming, crowds of muggles rushing in all directions, announcements blaring, trains screeching. Harry instinctively moved closer to Lupin, fighting the urge to flee to somewhere quiet. This way, Lupin guided him toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. The Hogwarts Express leaves from platform 9 and 3/4. Which doesn't exist, Harry pointed out, studying the very solid-looking brick wall. Lupin smiled. Not to Muggle eyes, no. Watch that family ahead, they're wizards too. A plump woman was leading 4 boys and a girl toward the same barrier. Each child pushed a trunk similar to Harry's, and one had an owl. As Harry watched, the oldest boy marched toward the barrier and simply vanished into it. Wizard magic, Harry murmured, impressed despite himself. When you're ready, walk straight at the barrier, Lupin instructed. Don't stop and don't be afraid you'll crash. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Harry positioned his trolley, took a deep breath, and moved forward with determination. As the barrier approached, he resisted the instinct to flinch or swerve, pack training holding firm against apparent danger. The impact never came. Instead, he passed through what felt like a curtain of cool mist and emerged onto a platform where a scarlet steam engine waited. A sign overhead proclaimed, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Lupin appeared beside him moments later. Well done. Let's find you a compartment before they fill up. The platform buzzed with activity, students greeting friends, parents giving last-minute instructions, owls hooting, cats meowing, the occasional explosion from magical mishaps. Harry absorbed it all, fascinated by this glimpse of wizarding family life. They secured a compartment near the middle of the train. Lupin helped Harry stow his trunk in Hedwig's cage, then checked his watch with a regretful expression. I should go before the rush to board, he said. Dumbledore's expecting me back at the castle. Harry blinked in surprise. You'll be at Hogwarts. Temporarily, Lupin explained. Assisting with a special project for the headmaster. We thought it might help your transition to have a familiar face nearby, though I won't be teaching your classes. Relief flooded Harry. Having Lupin at Hogwarts meant a connection to both his parents' memory and his pack life, a bridge between worlds. One more thing, Lupin said, reaching into his shabby robes. He withdrew a small package wrapped in brown paper. Your father left this in my possession before that night. I think it's time you had it. Harry accepted the package carefully. What is it? Something special, Lupin said with a small smile. Open it when you're alone. And remember, Harry, being brave doesn't mean not being afraid. It means acting despite fear. With that cryptic advice and a quick embrace, Lupin departed, leaving Harry alone in the compartment. Curious about the package but respecting Lupin's suggestion to wait, he tucked it securely into his jacket. The train began to fill quickly. Harry watched through the window as families said their goodbyes, mothers straightening collars, fathers checking trunks, younger siblings looking envious. A pang of something like longing touched him, not for parents he barely remembered, but for his pack family who would never see him off this way. His compartment door slid open, revealing a tall, gangly, red-haired boy around his age. Anyone sitting there? The boy asked, pointing to the seat opposite Harry. Everywhere else is full. Harry shook his head, and the boy sat down, casting curious glances his way. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley, he introduced himself. Harry, he replied simply, a habit from pack life where surnames weren't used. Then, remembering wizard customs, he added, Potter. Ron's eyes widened. Are you really? I mean, have you got the, you know? He pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry pushed back his hair to reveal the lightning scar. Wicked, Ron breathed. So that's where you know who. Yes, Harry said shortly, uncomfortable with the fascination his scar generated. Though I don't remember it. Nothing? Ron asked eagerly. Harry hesitated. He had fragments, a flash of green light, a high laugh, but sharing felt too personal. Nothing, he said instead. Before Ron could press further, the compartment door opened again. A round-faced boy looked in tearfully. "Sorry, but have you seen a toad at all?" When they shook their heads, he wailed, "I've lost him. He keeps getting away from me." "He'll turn up," said Harry, who had tracked smaller creatures through dense forest. "Yes," said the boy miserably. "Well, if you see him." After he left, Ron snorted. "Don't know why he's so bothered. If I'd brought a toad I'd lose it as quick as I could. Mind you, I brought Scabbers, so I can't talk." He pulled a fat gray rat from his pocket. The rodent was asleep, and Harry immediately noticed something odd about its scent. Even at this distance, it smelled wrong somehow, neither fully rat nor fully something else. "He's useless," Ron continued, oblivious to Harry's sudden attentiveness. "Hardly ever wakes up. Percy got an owl from my dad for being made prefect, but they couldn't I got Scabbers instead." Ron's ears went pink, and Harry recognized the embarrassment of someone without resources. The pack had taught him that worth came from character and contribution, not possessions. "There's nothing wrong with having older things," Harry said. "What matters is loyalty." Ron looked surprised, then grateful for this perspective. Their conversation shifted to wizarding families, Hogwarts houses, and Quidditch, Ron explaining the complexities of the sport with enthusiastic detail. Harry listened attentively, filing away information about this new world. Around 12:30, a smiling witch with a food cart arrived. Harry, who had never handled wizard money before, bought some of everything to share with Ron after seeing his packmates' meager sandwiches. "Hungry?" Ron asked, watching Harry methodically sample each unfamiliar treat. Harry nodded, analyzing flavors and textures with the careful attention of someone accustomed to foraging. "Food is for sharing," he explained simply, pushing half toward Ron. "Pack custom." "Pack." Harry froze, realizing his slip. "Just where I grew up. We shared everything." Before Ron could question further, the compartment door slid open again. The toadless boy was back, this time with a girl already wearing her Hogwarts robes. She had bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville's lost one," she said in a bossy sort of voice. "We've already told him we haven't seen it," said Ron. The girl wasn't listening. Her attention had fixed on Harry with an intensity that reminded him of Predator focus. "Are you Harry Potter?" "Yes," Harry admitted cautiously. "I know all about you, of course," she said rapidly. "I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I?" Harry asked, genuinely surprised and somewhat disturbed that books discussed him without his knowledge. "Goodness, didn't you know? I'd have found out everything I could if it was me," she continued breathlessly. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Do either of you know what house you'll be in?" "I've been asking around, and I hope I'm in Gryffindor, it sounds by far the best. Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad though. Anyway, we'd better go look for Neville's toad." With that whirlwind introduction, she departed, taking Neville with her. "Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it," said Ron, putting his wand away. "Mental, that one." "She seems intense," Harry agreed, though privately he admired her preparation. The pack valued thorough knowledge of territory and resources. Their conversation resumed, Ron explaining the different Hogwarts houses and expressing his family's expectation that he'd be in Gryffindor like his brothers. Harry listened, wondering which house would accept someone raised by wolves. The compartment door slid open yet again, this time revealing 3 boys. Harry recognized the middle one as the pale boy from Madame Malkin's robe shop. He looked at Harry with far more interest than he had in Diagon Alley. "Is it true?" he asked. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it?" "Yes," said Harry, studying the other 2 boys, both thick-set and looking extremely mean, standing like bodyguards on either side of the pale boy. "This is Crabbe and Goyle," said the boy carelessly. "And my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron gave a slight cough, which might have been hiding a snigger. Draco Malfoy looked at him. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford." He turned back to Harry. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He extended his hand to shake Harry's, but Harry didn't take it. In pack culture, hierarchies were established through actions and merit, not declarations and sneering. "I think I can tell who the wrong sort are for myself, thanks," he said coolly. A pink tinge appeared in Malfoy's pale cheeks. "I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them, either. You hang around with riffraff like the Weasleys, and it'll rub off on you." Both Harry and Ron stood up, something dangerous flashing in Harry's eyes. Pack instinct surged, defend your own against threats. "Say that again," Ron challenged, face red as his hair. "Oh, you're going to fight us, are you?" Malfoy sneered. "Unless you leave now," said Harry, with a calm certainty that made even Malfoy hesitate. There was something in his stance, the coiled readiness of a predator, that didn't match his 11-year-old frame. "But we don't feel like leaving, do we, boys? We've eaten all our food and you still seem to have some." Goyle reached toward the chocolate frogs next to Ron. Harry moved faster than anyone expected, catching Goyle's wrist in a grip that made the larger boy yelp in surprise. "I said," Harry repeated softly, "leave." He released Goyle, who stumbled back, looking bewildered at being outmaneuvered by someone smaller. Malfoy's eyes narrowed, reassessing Harry. "Come on," he muttered to his companions, backing away. "We'll remember this, Potter." After they'd gone, Ron stared at Harry with newfound respect. "Blimey. Where'd you learn to move like that?" Harry shrugged uncomfortably. "Just, reflexes." "Well, remind me not to get on your bad side," Ron said, half joking, half serious. That was brilliant. The remainder of the journey passed more pleasantly. They changed into their school robes as darkness fell outside the windows. Harry's felt strange and restricting after years of practical leather and fur, but he recognized the importance of blending in. When the train finally stopped at Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt the familiar flutter of excitement and anxiety that came with entering new territory. He followed Ron onto the platform, where a booming voice called, "Fur's Years. Fur's Years over here." A giant of a man with a wild beard loomed over the sea of students, holding a lamp. "Come on, follow me, any more Fur's Years? Mind your step, now." They followed him down a steep, narrow path that Harry navigated easily despite the darkness. The trail opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black lake. Perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. "No more N4 to a boat," the giant called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water. Harry and Ron were joined in their boat by Neville and Hermione. As they glided across the lake, Harry gazed up at the castle with mixed emotions, wonder at its majesty, apprehension at its structured environment so different from forest freedom, and a strange sense of homecoming he couldn't quite explain. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy concealing an opening in the cliff face, along a dark tunnel that seemed to take them right underneath the castle, until they reached a kind of underground harbor. They clambered out onto rocks and pebbles, then followed the lamp up a passageway in the rock, coming out at last onto smooth, damp grass right in the shadow of the castle. They walked up a flight of stone steps and crowded around the huge oak front door. The giant raised his gigantic fist and knocked 3 times. The door swung open immediately. Professor McGonagall stood there in emerald green robes, her stern face softened slightly when she spotted Harry among the first years. "The Fur's Years, Professor McGonagall," said the giant. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She pulled the door wide, revealing the entrance hall, so vast Harry thought the entire pack could have sheltered inside during the harshest winter. Stone walls were lit with flaming torches, the ceiling too high to make out, and a magnificent marble staircase led to the upper floors. They followed Professor McGonagall across the flagged stone floor, Harry's ears catching the drone of hundreds of voices from a doorway to the right. The rest of the school must already be here, but McGonagall led them into a small, empty chamber off the hall. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses." She explained the house system, emphasizing how one's house would become like family during their time at Hogwarts. Harry wondered if any house could match the fierce loyalty of his pack. "The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting." Her eyes lingered on Neville's cloak, which was fastened under his left ear, and on Ron's smudged nose. Harry automatically checked his wolf-tooth necklace, making sure it was tucked safely beneath his robes. "I shall return when we are ready for you," said Professor McGonagall. "Please wait quietly." She left the chamber, and nervous whispers immediately broke out. Harry remained silent, centering himself as Skoll had taught him before hunts: focus on breath, on immediate surroundings, on the task ahead. Several students screamed, breaking his concentration. About 20 ghosts had just streamed through the back wall, pearly white and slightly transparent. They glided across the room, arguing among themselves and hardly noticing the first years until one spotted them. "New students," exclaimed a fat monk. "About to be sorted, I suppose." A few people nodded mutely. "Hope to see you in Hufflepuff," said the friar. "My old house, you know." "Move along now," said a sharp voice. Professor McGonagall had returned. "The sorting ceremony's about to start. Form a line and follow me." Harry joined the line behind a sandy-haired boy, with Ron behind him. They walked through a pair of double doors into the Great Hall. The sight stole Harry's breath. Thousands of candles floated in midair over 4 long tables where the rest of the students were sitting. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers sat. Professor McGonagall led them up here, so that they came to a halt facing the other students, with the teachers behind them. Harry spotted Lupin among the staff, who gave him an encouraging nod. Beside Lupin sat a hook-nosed teacher with greasy black hair, who was staring at Harry with an expression of shocked dislike. McGonagall silently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool she put a pointed wizard's hat, patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. For a few seconds, there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. The song explained the qualities valued by each house: brave Gryffindor, loyal Hufflepuff, wise Ravenclaw, and cunning Slytherin. Harry listened intently, wondering where someone raised by wolves would belong. Loyalty to pack suggested Hufflepuff. The survival instinct and strategic thinking developed in the wilderness might point to Slytherin. The courage needed to face transformation each month, even vicariously, hinted at Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted." Students were called alphabetically. The bossy girl, Hermione Granger, became a Gryffindor, as did Neville Longbottom, the boy who kept losing his toad. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin almost instantly. Then, Potter, Harry. As Harry stepped forward, whispers broke out across the hall. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" He sat on the stool and McGonagall placed the hat on his head. It fell right down over his eyes, and he waited. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a thirst to prove yourself. But what's this? Raised by wolves. How extraordinary. Loyalty deeper than most humans know, survival instincts honed to perfection, and magic shaped by wilderness rather than wands. Fascinating. Harry gripped the edges of the stool, thinking, I just want to find where I belong. Where you belong, said the small voice. That's the question, isn't it? You've known one kind of belonging, pack, family, the wild bonds of survival. But there's another kind waiting for you, friendship, learning, the structured bonds of shared purpose. You could do well in any house, you know. Hufflepuff would nurture your loyalty, Ravenclaw your clever mind, Slytherin your survivor's instinct. But if it's true belonging you seek, better be Gryffindor. The hat shouted the last word to the entire hall. Harry removed the hat and walked shakily toward the Gryffindor table, where he was greeted with the loudest cheer yet. He sat down, feeling oddly exposed as the sorting continued. Ron joined him in Gryffindor minutes later, looking relieved. Knew we'd end up together, he said, clapping Harry on the shoulder. As food appeared magically on the golden plates, more food than Harry had seen in his entire life, he found himself between Ron and a ghost called Nearly Headless Nick. Across the table, Hermione Granger was chattering excitedly about lessons, while further down, other first years shared backgrounds and interests. Harry participated politely, but felt the strangeness of his situation acutely. These children talked of wizard parents and muggle televisions, of Quidditch teams and favorite spells. None had spent their childhood learning to track prey or weather a transformation night. None wore wolf teeth beneath their robes or carried wilderness in their blood. Looking up at the high table, he caught Lupin watching him. The older werewolf offered a small smile of understanding, as if reading Harry's thoughts across the distance. Harry touched his chest where the wolf-tooth necklace lay hidden beneath his robes. The blood bond pulsed faintly, Silva, Rolf, and Kara sending wordless reassurance across the miles. 2 worlds. 1 alpha. As the feast progressed, Harry found himself studying the head table more carefully. Dumbledore sat at the center, exactly as majestic as his chocolate frog card suggested. Next to Lupin sat the hook-nosed teacher who was now conversing with a nervous-looking man in a purple turban. Who's the teacher talking to Professor Lupin? Harry asked Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother. That's Professor Snape. Teaches potions, but everyone knows he's after the Defense Against the Dark Arts job. Knows an awful lot about the dark arts, Snape. Harry continued watching Snape, who suddenly looked past Lupin straight into Harry's eyes. A sharp, hot pain shot across the scar on Harry's forehead, making him clap a hand to his head. Are you all right? Asked Percy. Fine, Harry said quickly. The pain had gone as quickly as it had come. Stranger still was the sensation he'd picked up from the turban professor beside Snape, something wrong, something off, like the scent of decay beneath perfume. His pack-honed instincts stirred uneasily. When the feast finally concluded, the Gryffindor first years followed Percy through the chattering crowds, out of the great hall, and up the marble staircase. Harry's legs grew heavy, it had been an exhausting day. They climbed more staircases, some moving unpredictably, until they reached a portrait of a very fat woman in a pink silk dress. Password? She asked. Caput Draconis, said Percy, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. They all scrambled through it and found themselves in the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, round room full of squashy armchairs. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory and the boys through another. At the top of a spiral staircase they found their beds at last, 5 four-posters hung with deep red, velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been brought up. Too tired to talk much, the boys pulled on their pajamas and fell into bed. Harry, however, remained awake after the others had fallen asleep. From his pocket, he retrieved the small package Lupin had given him on the train. Carefully unwrapping the brown paper, he discovered a silvery, fluid-like fabric that seemed to flow like water through his fingers. A small note accompanied it, your father's invisibility cloak. Use it well. Harry tried it on, looking down at his body, or rather, where his body should have been but was not. A surge of wonder and connection filled him. This had been his father's, had probably aided in the adventures Lupin had described. Outside the window, the nearly full moon illuminated Hogwarts grounds. In the distance, Harry could make out the edge of a vast forest. The Forbidden Forest, according to Percy's warnings, dangerous, off-limits, filled with mysterious creatures. It looked like home. Harry carefully folded the invisibility cloak, tucking it beneath his pillow. Tomorrow would begin his formal magical education, his integration into wizard society. But as he drifted towards sleep, it was the blood bond's gentle pulse that comforted him, the pack connection that stretched across distance but never broke. Wolf and Wizard. Two Worlds, One Harry Potter. Chapter 3, Two Worlds, One Alpha. Harry woke before dawn on his first day at Hogwarts, jolted from sleep by unfamiliar surroundings. The soft four-poster bed felt strange after years of sleeping on furs and earth. For a disorienting moment, he thought he was back in the pack's winter den, until his eyes adjusted to the crimson hangings of the Gryffindor dormitory. 4 other boys slept soundly, Ron's gentle snores, Neville's occasional murmurs, Seamus and Dean breathing deeply in peaceful slumber. Harry slipped quietly from bed, padding barefoot to the window. The sky showed the first hints of daybreak, painting the castle grounds in soft grey light. Down below, the Forbidden Forest called to him, a sprawl of ancient trees and untamed wilderness. Pack instinct urged him to explore, to learn the territory's boundaries and resources. Instead, he performed the morning routine school had taught him, stretches to awaken muscles, controlled breathing to sharpen senses, silent movement practice across the dormitory floor. By the time his roommates stirred, Harry had already dressed, his wolf-tooth necklace safely hidden beneath his uniform, wand secured in a leather wrist sheath he'd crafted with Lyra before leaving. "Bloody hell, how long have you been up?" Ron mumbled, hair sticking in every direction as he struggled to open his eyes. "It's barely light out." "Pack rises with the sun," Harry replied automatically, then caught himself. "I mean, habit. I'm used to early mornings." Ron groaned, burying his face in his pillow. "Unnatural, that is." The great hall buzzed with excitement when they arrived for breakfast. Hundreds of owls swooped in delivering mail, making Harry think of Hedwig, whom he'd sent with a message to the pack last night. The enchanted ceiling reflected a clear blue sky, promising good weather for their first day of classes. Professor McGonagall distributed schedules, pausing briefly at Harry. "Mr. Potter, Professor Dumbledore would like a word after your morning classes. The password is Chocolate Frog." Harry nodded, wondering what the headmaster wanted so soon. He scanned his schedule, Transfiguration first, then Charms, followed by afternoon potions with the Slytherins. "Snape's supposed to favor his own house," Ron informed him through a mouthful of toast. "Fred and George say he's absolutely brutal to Gryffindors." Harry shrugged. "I've faced worse than unfair teachers." It wasn't bravado but simple fact. After years of surviving wilderness winters and navigating pack politics, a biased professor seemed a manageable challenge. As they left the great hall, whispers followed Harry like persistent shadows. "There he is. Did you see his scar? Where's he been all these years?" The constant attention made his neck prickle with discomfort. In the pack, status came from actions and ability, not fame for something he couldn't even remember. Finding classrooms proved challenging, even for someone with Harry's directional instincts. Hogwarts was a labyrinth of moving staircases, vanishing doors, and corridors that seemed to rearrange themselves overnight. Only Harry's keen spatial awareness prevented them from being hopelessly lost. "How'd you know this was the right way?" Ron asked after Harry led them through a tapestry shortcut that cut their journey to Transfiguration in half. "Scent markers," Harry answered truthfully. "The air smells different near the classrooms, chalk, parchment, magical residue." Ron looked impressed. "Wish I had your nose. Maybe I wouldn't have walked into the girls' bathroom yesterday." They slipped into Transfiguration moments before Professor McGonagall began. She fixed them with a stern look before launching into her opening lecture. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she warned. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. She transformed her desk into a pig and back again, drawing appreciative gasps. Harry leaned forward, intensely focused. This type of magic, changing one thing into another, had no equivalent in his self-taught abilities. When they received matches to transform into needles, Harry studied his intently before attempting the spell. While most students immediately began waving wands and muttering incantations, he first examined the match's physical properties: wood grain, sulfur tip, size and weight. "Mr. Potter, you need to actually cast the spell," McGonagall said, noticing his inactivity. "I'm learning its nature first," Harry explained. "To change something, you must understand what it is." McGonagall's eyebrows rose slightly. An unusually insightful approach for a first year. "Proceed." Harry closed his eyes briefly, focusing on the match's essence and visualizing its transformation. When he finally attempted the spell, his match immediately silvered, one end sharpening to a perfect point with an eye forming at the other. "Excellent work, Mr. Potter," McGonagall exclaimed, holding up his needle for the class to see. 5 points to Gryffindor for both technique and understanding. By class end, only Hermione Granger had matched his success. "How did you do that so quickly?" she demanded as they packed up. "I've read the entire textbook and practiced the wand movement 50 times. I didn't try to force the change," Harry said. "I asked the match to become what it could be." Hermione stared at him like he'd spoken another language. "That's not in any of the books." "Not everything is in books," Harry replied with a small smile. Charms class revealed similar differences in Harry's magical approach. While Professor Flitwick taught precise wand movements and proper pronunciation, Harry relied on intention and connection to the magical essence of objects. His feather hovered before most students had completed their first attempt at Wingardium Leviosa. "My word," squeaked Professor Flitwick. "Natural talent, just like your mother." The comparison to his mother warmed Harry more than the accomplishment itself. By lunchtime, word of Harry's unusual aptitude had spread among the faculty. He felt their eyes on him in the great hall, curious, evaluative, occasionally concerned. Lupin caught his gaze from the staff table and gave an encouraging nod. After eating, Harry made his way to the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. "Chocolate frog," he said, feeling slightly ridiculous. The gargoyle sprang aside, revealing a spiral staircase that moved upward like a Muggle escalator. At the top, a polished oak door stood with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Before Harry could knock, a voice called, "Enter, Harry." Dumbledore's office was a circular room filled with strange silver instruments that whirred and emitted puffs of smoke. Portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses dozed in their frames, while a magnificent red-gold bird the size of a swan perched beside the desk. Dumbledore himself sat behind a massive claw-footed desk, blue eyes twinkling over half-moon spectacles. "Ah, Harry. Thank you for coming. How are you finding your first day at Hogwarts?" "Different," Harry answered honestly. "Interesting. I imagine quite a change from pack life," Dumbledore said mildly. Harry tensed slightly. Professor Lupin explained that my background would remain private. "And so it shall, from the student body," Dumbledore assured him. "The faculty, however, have been informed of your unique upbringing, not to single you out, but to help them understand your perspective." Harry considered this, then nodded reluctantly. "That seems fair. I've received most intriguing reports of your classroom performance today," Dumbledore continued. "Professor McGonagall was particularly impressed by your intuitive approach to transfiguration. It just made sense to understand what I was changing." "Indeed." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "Your magic developed differently from most wizarding children, Harry. Without formal training, you connected directly to magical essence rather than through structured spells and movements." "Is that bad?" Harry asked. Not at all. In fact, many advanced practitioners strive for precisely that connection after years of technical mastery. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. You've simply arrived from the opposite direction. The phoenix trilled softly, drawing Harry's attention. He felt an immediate kinship with the magical creature, something wild and untamed despite its domestic setting. That's Fawkes, Dumbledore explained. A phoenix. They're extraordinarily magical birds, their tears have healing powers, and they can carry immensely heavy loads. When it's time, they burst into flame and are reborn from the ashes. Harry moved closer, extending his hand palm up in the non-threatening gesture he used with forest creatures. Fawkes regarded him with intelligent eyes before dipping his majestic head to touch Harry's fingers. He likes you, Dumbledore observed. Phoenixes are excellent judges of character. He's beautiful, Harry said sincerely. Free even in captivity. Fawkes is no captive, Dumbledore corrected gently. He chooses to stay. The distinction matters greatly, I think. Harry recognized the subtle message in the headmaster's words, choice versus compulsion, willing alliance versus forced loyalty. Now, Dumbledore continued, I've asked you here for 2 reasons. First, to check on your adjustment. Second, to discuss arrangements for your continued connection to your pack family. Relief flooded Harry. You'll still let me visit them? Of course. Professor Lupin will accompany you during holiday periods. For more immediate communication, I believe you already have enchanted mirrors. Harry nodded, impressed that Dumbledore knew this detail. Additionally, I've arranged with the Ministry to maintain the protected status of your pack's territory, as agreed. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. However, I must emphasize the importance of discretion regarding your background. There are elements in wizarding society who would use such information, poorly. You mean against werewolves, Harry said bluntly. Precisely. Dumbledore sighed. Prejudice runs deep, I'm afraid. Which brings me to a delicate question, how much do you know about Fenrir Greyback? Harry stiffened at the name. He raised me until I was 8. Then he tried to sell me to Death Eaters. Yes, Dumbledore nodded gravely. I've received reports that he's escaped Ministry custody. What? Harry sat up straighter, instinctively alert. When? 3 days ago. The Ministry is keeping it quiet to prevent panic, but I felt you should know, given your history. Harry's mind raced. He'll go after the pack. Try to reclaim Alpha status. That seems likely, Dumbledore agreed. Extra protections have been placed around Blackwood Valley, and Aurors are monitoring the area. Your current pack Alpha, Skull, I believe, has been warned. Harry felt the blood bond pulse with tension. Not immediate danger, but unease. Something was wrong. I need to contact them, he said urgently. You may use my fireplace after classes today, Dumbledore offered. Professor Lupin will assist with establishing a temporary flow connection. The headmaster rose, signaling the meeting's conclusion. One last thing, Harry. While I admire your connection to your pack family, remember that you're forging new connections here as well. Both worlds have much to offer you. Harry nodded, understanding the advice but already preoccupied with concerns for his pack's safety. Fenrir Free meant trouble, not just for his wolf family, but potentially for Harry himself. The former Alpha had unfinished business with the boy he'd raised then tried to betray. Potions class provided an unwelcome distraction from Harry's worries. Professor Snape, it quickly became apparent, harbored some personal animosity toward him. The hook-nosed teacher began class by taking roll, pausing dramatically at Harry's name. Ah, yes, he said softly, Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling the names and looked up at the class, his eyes black and cold like tunnel entrances. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he began in barely more than a whisper. The class held its breath, hanging on his every word. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. Harry found himself leaning forward despite Snape's obvious dislike. This connection to ingredients and their properties, this understanding of how elements combine to create something greater, this resonated with his pack-trained knowledge of herbal remedies and natural compounds. His attention seemed to irritate Snape further. "Potter," he said suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot into the air, but Harry actually knew this one. Lyra had taught him about both plants for their healing properties. "A sleeping potion so powerful it's called the draught of living death," he answered calmly. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Again, pack knowledge served him. "In a goat's stomach. It protects against most poisons." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Snape demanded, voice hardening. Harry almost laughed at the irony of that particular question. "Nothing. They're the same plant, also called aconite. Deadly to wolves and humans alike." A flash of surprise crossed Snape's face before his expression hardened again. "Correct," he admitted grudgingly. Though one wonders where a boy raised by muggles learned such specific information. Harry said nothing, keeping his face carefully blank. "For your information," Snape addressed the class, "asphodel and wormwood do make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and it will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, Potter is correct that they are the same plant." "Well, why aren't you all copying that down?" The rest of the lesson proceeded in tense silence as they prepared a simple potion to cure boils. Harry worked methodically, his hands steady and confident. Years of preparing herbal remedies with Kara had given him a natural feel for proportions and techniques. When Neville somehow melted his cauldron, creating a mess of twisted metal and angry red boils on several students, Harry reacted instantly, pulling those nearby to safety while identifying the mistake. He added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire, he told Seamus, who'd narrowly avoided being splashed. Snape seemed to blame Harry for the incident anyway, snapping, "You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you?" "That's a point from Gryffindor." The injustice stung, but Harry kept his temper. Pack hierarchy demanded respect for authority figures, even unfair ones. Challenge came only when truly necessary, not over petty slights. As they climbed the steps out of the dungeon later, Harry's mind returned to more pressing concerns, Fenrir's escape and what it meant for the pack. Ron, misinterpreting his silence, offered consolation. "Cheer up," he said. "Snape's always taking points off Fred and George. Can I come meet Hagrid with you?" Harry had almost forgotten his promised visit to the gamekeeper's hut that afternoon. Hagrid had invited him at breakfast, eager to reconnect with the son of James and Lily Potter, whom he'd apparently known well. "Sure," Harry agreed, figuring he could see Dumbledore afterward. "Hagrid's hut is near the forest edge. I'd like to see it up close." They made their way across the grounds toward a small wooden cabin on the forest boundary. Smoke curled from the chimney, and enormous boots stood beside the front door. When Harry knocked, frantic scrabbling and booming barks echoed from inside. "Back, Fong, back!" Hagrid's voice called. He opened the door, revealing a massive black boarhound straining to investigate the visitors. "Hang on, back, Fong!" Hagrid's enormous hand gripped the dog's collar as he ushered them inside. Unlike most students who might have been intimidated by Hagrid's giant proportions or Fong's enthusiastic greeting, Harry assessed them as he would any new pack encounter, reading body language, establishing mutual respect. He knelt at eye level with Fong, allowing the dog to sniff his hand before offering a gentle scratch behind the ears. The boarhound immediately melted against him, tension dissolving. "Well, I'll be," Hagrid said, watching in surprise. Fawn doesn't usually take to strangers so quick. Dogs and wolves aren't so different, Harry replied, rising to his feet. They understand respect. Hagrid's beetle-black eyes crinkled as he smiled through his wild beard. Yeah, look like your dad, but that there was pure Lily. She had a way with creatures too. The cabin was cozy if cluttered, hams and pheasants hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiling on the open fire, and a massive bed covered in a patchwork quilt. Harry felt instantly comfortable in the rustic surroundings that reminded him of Pack winter quarters. This is Ron, Harry introduced as they settled at Hagrid's scrubbed wooden table. Another Weasley, eh? Hagrid chuckled, pouring boiling water into a large teapot. I spent half me life chasin' your twin brothers away from the forest. Rock cakes were served alongside tea, hard, shapeless lumps that threatened to crack teeth. Harry surreptitiously tucked his into a pocket while pretending to eat, a skill perfected during Pack meals when Greer had still been responsible for cooking tough game. Conversation turned to their first week of classes, with Hagrid reassuring Harry that Snape rarely liked any students, especially Gryffindors. When Harry mentioned the Gringotts break-in reported in the Daily Prophet, Hagrid's sudden evasiveness piqued his interest, something about Vault 713, which Hagrid had emptied on Dumbledore's orders the very day of the robbery. Mighty important, Hogwarts business, Hagrid muttered, avoiding Harry's eyes. Top secret. Harry filed this information away for future consideration. Pack survival depended on noticing patterns others missed. As they prepared to leave, Harry lingered at the doorway. Hagrid, what do you know about the Forbidden Forest? Dangerous place, Hagrid warned seriously. Not for students. All sorts o' creatures in there, some not too friendly. What about werewolves? Harry asked casually. Hagrid's bushy eyebrows rose. Werewolves? Nah, not for years. There was a pack that used to roam the eastern edge, but they moved on long ago. He peered at Harry curiously. Bit of an odd question, that. Harry shrugged. Just wondering what makes it forbidden. Centaurs, acromantulas, the occasional troll, Hagrid listed, ticking off on massive fingers. More than enough reason for students to keep out. Harry nodded, hiding his disappointment. He'd hoped the forest might offer a sanctuary similar to Pack territory, somewhere to retreat when castle life became overwhelming. As they walked back toward the castle, Ron launched into speculation about the mysterious package from Vault 713. Harry listened with half an ear, his attention drawn to movement at the forest edge, a flash of gray, quickly gone. For a brief, hopeful moment, he thought it might be one of his pack. But no, the blood bond would have alerted him to their presence. Still, something lurked there, watching. Harry's instincts hummed with warning. Harry. Ron interrupted his thoughts. You coming to dinner? I need to see Professor Lupin first, Harry replied. Save me a seat. In Dumbledore's office, Lupin waited beside the ornate fireplace, a small pouch of flow powder ready. Skoll requested this communication, he explained gravely. There's been an incident. Harry's chest tightened. What happened? Better let him explain. The Floo connection crackled with green flames before Skoll's face appeared, looking haggard and tense. Moonfoot, he greeted, relief evident even through the distorted fire image. Good. You're safe. What's wrong? Harry asked immediately. I felt something through the bond. Fenrir attacked last night, Skoll reported grimly. With wizards, 3 of them, masked. Death Eaters, Lupin murmured. Was anyone hurt? Harry demanded, fear clawing at his throat. 4 wounded, none fatal. Silva took a cutting curse to her shoulder. Rolf broke his leg in the retreat. Harry instinctively reached for the blood bond, focusing on Silva's presence. He felt her distantly, in pain but alive, her spirit fierce as ever. What did they want? He asked, though he suspected the answer. You, Skoll confirmed. Fenrir claims your pack property, stolen by Ministry interferers. The wizards with him spoke of the Potter boy's debt to the Dark Lord. Cold anger settled in Harry's stomach. Fenrir never cared about pack ownership before. He tried to sell me to them. This is different, Skoll said. He's not alpha anymore. He needs to prove he can reclaim what was his, including you. The Ministry's been informed, Lupin interjected. They're sending Aurors to guard the territory. Skoll's laugh was harsh through the flames. Ministry wizards won't find us unless we want to be found. We've moved to the emergency den sites. Smart, Harry approved. Pack contingency planning had always included multiple backup locations. The blood bond helps, Skoll admitted. Those who share it with you have developed abilities. Silva especially. She sensed the attack minutes before it happened. Saved many lives. Harry's eyes widened. The ritual had transferred more than just connection, some of his magic had merged with their werewolf nature, creating something new. I should be there, he said suddenly. To help protect the pack. No, both adults said simultaneously. You're safer at Hogwarts, Lupin insisted. And they want to draw you out, Skoll added. That's the point of attacking us, to force your return. Harry's fists clenched in frustration. Logic told him they were right, but pack instinct screamed to defend his family. What can I do from here? He asked finally. Learn, Skoll said firmly. Grow stronger. Master wizard magic to complement your wild abilities. We'll send word through Lupin if the situation changes. The fluke connection ended shortly after, leaving Harry restless and angry. Fenrir had attacked his family to get to him, the same manipulative strategy he'd attempted years ago. I hate this, Harry muttered, pacing Dumbledore's office. Sitting safely in a castle while they're in danger. I understand, Lupin said quietly. But consider this, rushing headlong into Fenrir's trap would only endanger them further. The best way to protect your pack now is to become the wizard, and the alpha, they need you to be. Harry stopped pacing, struck by the truth in Lupin's words. You're right, he admitted. But I can't just do nothing. Then don't. Lupin placed a hand on his shoulder. I have an idea. Something that might help from a distance. Over the following weeks, Harry threw himself into a training regimen that would have exhausted even the most dedicated students. By day, he attended classes, quickly establishing himself as exceptional in practical magic while struggling somewhat with theory and history. Evenings were devoted to special sessions with Lupin, who taught him protective spells, magical tracking techniques, and methods to channel his wandless abilities more effectively. Your natural magic is powerful but unfocused, Lupin explained during one such session. By combining it with wizard spellwork, you get precision without sacrificing raw power. They practiced in an abandoned classroom on the third floor, furniture pushed against walls to create space for dueling. Harry had progressed rapidly from basic shield charms to more complex protective enchantments. The key is intention, Lupin instructed. Your pack upbringing actually gives you an advantage here. You understand instinctive magic, direct connection between will and outcome. Harry nodded, concentrating on the protective barrier he was creating. Unlike the standard Protego spell, which created a temporary shield, he was attempting to establish a more permanent ward, the type that might protect pack territory from intrusion. Good, Lupin approved as the air shimmered with magical energy. Now anchor it to something physical. Harry focused on a small stone he'd brought from the lake shore, channeling the protective magic into it. The stone glowed briefly before returning to normal appearance, though Harry could still feel the magic contained within. Excellent. Lupin beamed. A properly created anchor stone can protect an area for months without renewal. If we create enough of these, we could reinforce the pack's territory boundaries, Harry finished excitedly. How many would we need? For a territory that size? At least 12, placed at strategic points. Lupin conjured parchment and quickly sketched a map based on Harry's descriptions of pack land. We'll need to customize each stone for specific threats: human intrusion, magical detection, harmful intent. By mid-October, Harry had created 14 anchor stones, each encoded with different protective functions. Hedwig delivered them to Skoll with detailed instructions for placement. The blood bond confirmed their activation. Harry felt each stone connect to the pack's magical signature when properly positioned. His academic performance reflected his divided focus. In practical classes requiring magical ability, charms, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, he excelled beyond his years. In subjects demanding memorization and theory, history of magic, astronomy, he struggled to maintain average marks. "You can't protect anyone if you're expelled for failing classes," Hermione reminded him after finding him asleep over a half-finished history essay. Despite their rocky start, she'd appointed herself his academic conscience, a role Harry grudgingly appreciated. "I know," he sighed, rubbing tired eyes. "It's just hard to care about goblin rebellions when," he stopped, catching himself before revealing too much. "When what?" she pressed, ever observant. Harry hesitated, then offered a partial truth. "When I'm worried about people I care about. Back home." Hermione's expression softened. "Your family. I didn't realize you had. I mean, I read that you were an orphan." "Family isn't always blood," Harry said quietly. She seemed to accept this, nodding thoughtfully before pulling his essay toward her. "Well, you've mixed up the dates completely. The rebellion of 1612 happened before, not after the formation of the Wizards' Council." Ron proved equally supportive in his own way, providing distraction through wizard chess, which Harry took to naturally, recognizing its strategic similarities to pack hunting formations, and Quidditch explanations. After their flying lessons revealed Harry's exceptional aerial abilities, Ron became his most vocal advocate for joining the Gryffindor team despite the first-year prohibition. "It's absolutely mental keeping you grounded," he insisted after watching Harry execute a perfect diving catch during a free-flying period. "You're better than Charlie, and he could have played for England." McGonagall apparently agreed. After witnessing Harry recover Neville's Remembrall from a 50-foot dive with pinpoint precision, she arranged a special exception with Dumbledore. By Halloween, Harry found himself training with the Gryffindor team as their new seeker, the youngest in a century. Flying offered unexpected therapy. In the air, racing through open sky, Harry found freedom reminiscent of running with the pack under moonlight. The mental discipline required to track the tiny golden snitch helped quiet his constant worries for his wolf family. Oliver Wood, the team captain, quickly recognized Harry's unusual aptitude. "You don't fly like someone who just learned," he observed during their third practice. "You move with the broom like it's part of you." "It feels natural," Harry admitted. "Like becoming something else, something faster, freer." Wood nodded approvingly. "That's exactly the mindset of a great seeker. Let the broom become an extension of yourself." On Halloween morning, the delicious smell of baking pumpkin wafted through corridors. Even better, Professor Flitwick announced they were ready to make objects fly in Charms class, something Harry had been able to do wandlessly for years, but was eager to refine with proper technique. Flitwick put the class into pairs to practice. Harry was partnered with Seamus Finnegan, while Ron worked with Hermione. She had been helping both boys with homework regularly, though Ron still found her bossy attitude irritating. "Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing," squeaked Professor Flitwick. "Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And saying the magic words properly is very important, too." Harry succeeded on his first attempt, prompting effusive praise from Flitwick. Nearby, Ron was having considerably less success. "Wingardium Leviosa," he shouted, waving his arms like a windmill. "You're saying it wrong," Harry heard Hermione snap. "It's Wingardium Leviosa, make the gar nice and long." "You do it, then, if you're so clever," Ron snarled. Hermione performed the spell perfectly, earning 10 points for Gryffindor and increasing Ron's foul mood. After class, Ron's frustration boiled over. It's no wonder no one can stand her, he said to Harry as they pushed their way into the crowded corridor. She's a nightmare, honestly. Someone knocked into Harry as they hurried past. It was Hermione, and Harry was startled to see tears in her eyes. I think she heard you, he said quietly. So? Ron looked uncomfortable but defensive. She must have noticed she's got no friends. Harry frowned. Pack teaching emphasized that strength came from unity, not division. Hermione was difficult sometimes, but her intentions were good. That wasn't necessary, he told Ron. She's been helping both of us with homework. Ron had the grace to look ashamed. Yeah, well, she doesn't have to be so smug about it. Hermione didn't appear for their next class, nor was she seen all afternoon. On their way to the Halloween feast, Harry and Ron overheard Parvati Patil telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and wanted to be left alone. Ron looked still more awkward at this, but before he could say anything, they entered the Great Hall, where Halloween decorations pushed the incident from their minds. 1,000 live bats fluttered from the walls and ceiling while 1,000 more swooped over tables in low black clouds. Carved pumpkins glowed with candles, and golden plates suddenly filled with food. Harry was helping himself to a baked potato when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know. He sank to the floor in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic until Dumbledore set off purple firecrackers from his wand to restore silence. Prefects, he rumbled, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. As Percy Weasley gathered the Gryffindors, Harry grabbed Ron's arm. Hermione. She doesn't know about the troll. Ron bit his lip, torn between safety and guilt. Oh, all right, he muttered. But Percy'd better not see us. They joined the Hufflepuffs heading in the opposite direction, then slipped into a deserted corridor toward the girls' bathroom. Just as they turned the corner, they heard quick footsteps behind them, someone small, moving swiftly but quietly. Harry pulled Ron behind a large stone griffin, enhanced senses immediately identifying the figure that passed, Professor Snape, heading not toward the dungeons but up the third-floor corridor. What's he doing? Harry whispered. Why isn't he with the other teachers? No idea, Ron replied. But shouldn't we be finding Hermione? They set off again, but had gone only a dozen paces when Harry froze, nostrils flaring. Do you smell that? Ron sniffed, then grimaced. Like old socks and public toilets. A low grunting and shuffling footfalls confirmed what Harry's nose had already detected, the troll was no longer in the dungeons. It shuffled into view, a horrible sight, 12 feet tall with granite-gray skin, a lumpy body like a boulder, and a small bald head perched on top like a coconut. The stench was overwhelming. Worse, it was heading straight for the girls' bathroom. Hermione, they whispered together. The troll entered the bathroom just as they reached it. Harry's heightened hearing caught Hermione's terrified scream from inside. Plan? Ron asked shakily. Harry's mind raced through options. The troll was too large to physically overpower, too magically resistant for most first-year spells, too stupid to reason with. But it was inside an enclosed space with limited maneuverability. Distracted, he decided. I'll get Hermione out. Ron nodded, face pale but determined. He seized a metal tap that had broken off the sink and threw it against the wall. The troll stopped just short of Hermione, turning its tiny eyes toward the noise. Harry slipped inside, moving with the silent grace that had allowed him to approach wild prey undetected. Hermione was shrinking against the wall opposite, looking ready to faint. The troll was advancing on Ron instead, knocking sinks off walls as it went. Run! Harry urged Hermione, but she remained frozen with fear. The troll's club swung toward Ron, who barely dodged. In that moment, Harry made a split-second decision that owed more to pack instinct than wizarding training. He launched himself onto the troll's back, clinging to its neck with a grip strengthened by years of climbing trees and scaling cliff faces. The troll howled, twisting to dislodge him. Harry's wand, still in his hand, went straight up one of the troll's nostrils. Enraged, the creature flailed wildly, its club swinging dangerously close to Ron. Wingardium Leviosa! Ron shouted, executing the spell perfectly under pressure. The club flew from the troll's hand, rose high into the air, and dropped with a sickening crack onto its owner's head. The troll swayed, then toppled forward with a ground-shaking crash. Harry rolled clear just in time, coming up in a defensive crouch between the fallen creature and his friends. For a moment, the 3 first-years stood panting, staring at the unconscious troll. "Is it dead?" Hermione asked in a small voice. "Don't think so," Harry replied, retrieving his wand from the troll's nose. "Just knocked out." He wiped the wand on the troll's trousers, grimacing at the lumpy grey snot covering it. The action was so matter-of-fact, so incongruous with their near-death experience, that Ron burst into nervous laughter. A sudden slamming of doors and loud footsteps announced the arrival of Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. The latter took one look at the troll and whimpered, sinking onto a toilet seat. McGonagall stared at them, lips white with fury. "What on earth were you thinking? You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" To Harry's surprise, Hermione spoke up. "Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, you know, because I've read all about them." Harry and Ron tried not to look too shocked at this blatant lie from rule-abiding Hermione. "If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now," she continued. Harry jumped on its back and stuck his wand up its nose, and Ron knocked it out with its own club. They didn't have time to come and fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived. Professor McGonagall assigned them points, 5 taken from Hermione for foolishness, 5 each awarded to Harry and Ron for sheer dumb luck, before dismissing them to Gryffindor Tower. As they climbed the marble staircase, an unspoken agreement formed between the 3 first-years. Some experiences forge bonds that transcend ordinary friendship, and battling a 12-foot mountain troll is certainly one of them. In the common room, they mumbled awkward thanks before heading to their separate dormitories. But Harry knew something fundamental had shifted. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he felt the beginnings of true pack, not replacing his wolf family, but forming a second circle of belonging. Later that night, as his roommates slept, Harry slipped from bed and retrieved his enchanted mirror. "Silva," he whispered, activating the connection. Her face appeared moments later, hair wild around her face. "Moonfoot. You look terrible. What happened?" "Fought a troll," he replied with a small smile. "Long story. More importantly, how's your shoulder?" "Healing," she said dismissively. "The anchor stones are working brilliantly. Fenrir tried to breach the eastern boundary yesterday and got thrown back 50 feet. Harry grinned, pride warming his chest. "Good. And Rolf's leg?" "Mended. Kara's getting really good at healing magic, something about the blood bond enhancing her natural abilities." Silva leaned closer to the mirror. "But seriously, a troll? At your fancy wizard school? Turns out danger finds me everywhere," Harry joked, then sobered. "Any sign of the Death Eaters returning with Fenrir?" "Not since the first attack," Silva reported. "Skoll thinks they're regrouping, planning something bigger." "Keep the pack alert," Harry advised. "I'm working on something new, a way to strengthen the blood bond across distance. If it works, we might be able to share magic more directly." Silva's eyes widened. "That would be incredible. How soon?" "I need to research some advanced charms first. And I'll need help from someone who knows more about theoretical magic than Lupin." "Be careful who you trust," Silva warned. "Not all wizards would approve of what we're attempting." They talked until moonlight shifted across the dormitory floor, sharing updates and reassurances. When they finally said goodbye, Harry felt both comforted by the connection and more determined than ever to find a way to protect his first family while building his second. As November arrived, the weather turned cold and the Quidditch season began in earnest. Harry's first match approached, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, bringing both excitement and anxiety. Would work the team harder than ever, leaving Harry with even less time for his already packed schedule of classes, special training with Lupin, and his private research into strengthening the blood bond. "You're stretching yourself too thin," Hermione observed one evening in the library, where Harry had fallen asleep over Advanced Magical Connections, Theory and Practice, a book far beyond typical first-year reading. "I'm fine," he insisted, though dark circles beneath his eyes suggested otherwise. "No, you're not," she countered. "You're barely eating, you're up at dawn every day, and Ron says you talk in your sleep about protecting someone named Silva." Harry froze. He'd been careful to avoid mentioning specific pack members around his wizard friends. "Who is she?" Hermione asked gently. "Family?" "Something like that," Harry admitted. "She's in trouble. People are after her, and I promised to help." Hermione studied him with surprising compassion. "Is that why you're reading books meant for 6th years? Because of some magic to help her?" Harry nodded cautiously. "Then let me help," she offered. "I'm better at research than you, and 3 heads are better than 1. 3. Well, obviously Ron's involved too. We're friends, aren't we?" The simple statement struck Harry deeply. Friends. Yes, they were, brought together by the troll incident and solidified through weeks of shared experiences since. Not pack, exactly, but something equally valuable in this new world. "It's complicated," he hedged. "And sort of secret." "Harry Potter," Hermione said with exasperated fondness, "we helped you fight a troll. I think we've earned a little trust." He couldn't argue with that logic. Later that night, in an empty classroom warded with privacy spells Lupin had taught him, Harry revealed a carefully edited version of his background to Ron and Hermione, raised by a magical community, in hiding, connected through a blood ritual that allowed limited magical sharing, now threatened by dark wizards seeking revenge. "Blimey," Ron breathed when Harry finished. "That explains a lot. The way you move, how you always notice things before anyone else, why you're so good at certain spells. It's absolutely fascinating," Hermione added, eyes bright with intellectual curiosity. "Blood magic is considered borderline dark by Ministry standards, but ancient cultures used it regularly for protective purposes. There are references in magical hierarchies of medieval Europe to communal bonds similar to what you're describing." Harry blinked, impressed by how quickly she'd connected the dots. "So you'll help?" "Of course we will," Ron said immediately. "What do you need?" "I need to strengthen the connection," Harry explained. "Right now, I can sense emotions, general well-being, and communicate through the enchanted mirror. But if I could channel actual magic across the bond, send protective spells directly to them when they're in danger, that's incredibly advanced magic," Hermione cautioned. "Beyond Newt level, possibly into magical research territory." "I know," Harry acknowledged. "That's why I need help." They divided tasks according to strengths. Hermione would research theoretical foundations in the library, Ron would discreetly ask his older brothers about practical applications of sympathetic magic, and Harry would continue his sessions with Lupin to build magical strength. The morning of Harry's first Quidditch match dawned bright and cold. The Great Hall buzzed with anticipation, though Harry found himself unable to eat despite his friends' encouragement. "You need your strength," Hermione insisted, pushing a plate of toast toward him. "Seekers are always the ones who get clobbered by the other team." "Thanks for that," Harry said dryly. "She's not wrong," Ron added through a mouthful of sausage. "But you'll be brilliant. Fred and George say the Slytherin Seekers got terrible eyesight." By 11 o'clock, the whole school seemed to have assembled in the stands around the Quidditch pitch. Many students carried binoculars to better see the action. Ron and Hermione joined Neville, Seamus, and Dean in the top row, having prepared a surprise banner proclaiming, "Potter for President," with a Gryffindor lion underneath. In the locker room, Harry changed into his scarlet Quidditch robes, focusing his mind as Skoll had taught him before hunts: clear awareness, fluid responsiveness, strategic patience. Wood gave a final pep talk that Harry barely heard, his attention already shifting to the task ahead. They walked onto the field to loud cheers. Madame Hooch stood in the center, broom in hand, waiting to referee. "Now, I want a nice fair game, all of you," she said, looking particularly at the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint. "Mount your brooms, please." Harry swung his leg over his Nimbus 2000, feeling the connection between himself and the responsive broomstick. At Madame Hooch's whistle, 15 brooms rose into the air, and the game began. "And the quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too, Jordan." "Sorry, Professor." Lee Jordan's commentary, supervised by Professor McGonagall, provided background to the fast-paced action. Harry circled high above, scanning for the golden snitch while keeping a peripheral awareness of the larger game. Wood had emphasized his role: stay out of trouble until the snitch appeared, then capture it decisively. The strategy aligned perfectly with pack hunting techniques. Like a wolf separating from the main group to outflank prey, Harry positioned himself advantageously, conserving energy while remaining ready to strike. "Slytherin in possession," Lee Jordan was saying. "Chaser Pusey ducks 2 bludgers, 2 Weasleys, and Chaser Bell, and speeds toward the—" "Wait a moment, was that the snitch?" A murmur ran through the crowd as Adrian Pusey dropped the quaffle, distracted by the flash of gold that had passed his left ear. Harry saw it immediately, the golden snitch, hovering near the Slytherin goal posts. He dived toward it, Slytherin seeker Terrence Higgs neck and neck beside him. All other players seemed to forget their roles, hanging in midair to watch. Harry was faster than Higgs, the Nimbus responding to his slightest touch. The snitch was inches from his fingertips when, wham! Marcus Flint had deliberately blocked Harry, sending his broom spinning off course. Gryffindor screamed, "Foul," while Madame Hooch ordered a free shot at the goal posts for Gryffindor. In the confusion, the snitch had vanished again. Lee Jordan struggled to remain unbiased in his commentary. "So, after that obvious and disgusting bit of cheating, Jordan," growled Professor McGonagall. "I mean, after that open and revolting foul, Jordan, I'm warning you, all right, all right. Flint nearly kills the Gryffindor seeker, which could happen to anyone, I'm sure, so a penalty to Gryffindor, taken by Spin Net, who puts it away, no trouble, and we continue play, Gryffindor still in possession." Harry was adjusting his position when it happened. His broom gave a sudden, frightening lurch. For a split second, he thought he might fall. He gripped tighter with both hands and knees, but the broom lurched again, as though trying to buck him off. No broomstick should behave this way. Harry tried to turn back toward the Gryffindor goal posts, but the broom seemed beyond his control. Zigzagging through the air, making violent swishing movements that almost unseated him, the Nimbus carried him higher away from the game. People were pointing up at him from below. The broom started to roll over and over, with him only just managing to hold on. Then the whole crowd gasped, the broom had given a wild jerk and Harry swung off it. He was now dangling from it, holding on with only one hand. Pack instinct kicked in: assess threats, identify causes, implement survival strategy. This was no mechanical failure. Someone was jinxing his broom, which meant a focused spell requiring eye contact. He scanned the stands while struggling to maintain his grip. In the teachers' section, he spotted Snape staring at him without blinking, muttering continuously under his breath. But something felt wrong about that conclusion. Nearby sat Professor Quirrell, also fixated on Harry, his usual stutter absent from whatever he was whispering. Before Harry could process this information, his fingers began to slip. The Nimbus continued to rise, taking him dangerously high above the pitch. In the stands, Hermione had reached the same conclusion about magical interference. She fought her way across to the teacher's stands, accidentally knocking Professor Quirrell headfirst into the row in front. Reaching Snape, she crouched down, pulled out her wand, and whispered a spell. Blue flames shot from her wand onto the hem of Snape's robes. It took perhaps 30 seconds for Snape to realize he was on fire. A sudden yelp told her she had done her job. Scooping the fire off him into a jar in her pocket, she scrambled back to her seat. Up in the air, Harry found he could suddenly control his broom again. As he swung back aboard, he noticed something gold hovering near the ground. The snitch. Without hesitation, he pointed his broom handle down and gathered speed in a steep dive. Spectators screamed as he plummeted toward the earth, hand outstretched. Feet from the ground, he pulled up just enough to avoid collision while lunging forward off his broom. The sudden momentum shift sent him tumbling across the grass, coming up on his feet with something struggling in his hand. "I've got the snitch," he shouted, holding it above his head. The game ended in complete confusion. The Slytherins protested that Harry hadn't caught the snitch but nearly swallowed it, but as no rule specifically prohibited this method of capture, Gryffindor won by 170 points to 60. Harry found himself carried on the shoulders of jubilant teammates back to the locker room, where Wood nearly wept with joy. The victory celebration continued in the Gryffindor common room late into the evening, though Harry extracted himself early to meet Ron and Hermione in Hagrid's hut. "It was Snape," Ron was explaining as Harry arrived. "Hermione and I saw him. He was cursing your broomstick, muttering, wouldn't take his eyes off you." "Rubbish," said Hagrid. "Why would Snape do something like that?" The three friends exchanged looks, deciding how much to share. Harry had noticed something odd about Snape's leg after the troll incident, a nasty wound being secretly treated. Combined with his suspicious behavior heading toward the third floor that same night. "I think he's after whatever that three-headed dog is guarding," Harry said finally. "And I think he let the troll in as a diversion." Hagrid dropped the teapot. "How do you know about Fluffy?" "Fluffy?" Ron repeated incredulously. "Yeah, he's mine, bought him off a Greek chappie I met in the pub last year, I lent him to Dumbledore to guard the, yes?" Harry said eagerly. "Now, don't ask me any more," said Hagrid gruffly. "That's top secret, that is." "But Snape's trying to steal it," insisted Hermione. "Rubbish," Hagrid repeated. "Snape's a Hogwarts teacher, he'd do nothing of the sort." "Then why did he just try to kill Harry?" cried Hermione. "I know a jinx when I see one, Hagrid, I've read all about them. You've got to keep eye contact, and Snape wasn't blinking at all." Harry frowned, remembering his dual observation. "Quirrell was watching me too," he said slowly. "Not blinking either." "Quirrell?" Ron scoffed. "That nervous wreck couldn't jinx a teacup." "Don't be so sure," Harry murmured. "Something feels off about him." Hagrid looked outraged at these accusations against his colleagues. "I'm tellin' ya, you're wrong. Now, listen to me, all three of ya, you're meddlin' in things that don't concern ya. It's dangerous. You forget that dog, and you forget what it's guardin', that's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Aha," said Harry, "so there's someone called Nicholas Flamel involved, is there?" Hagrid looked furious with himself. As Christmas approached, Hogwarts transformed into a winter wonderland. 12 towering Christmas trees adorned the Great Hall, decorated with everything from luminous holly berries to real, hooting golden owls. Everlasting icicles attached themselves to staircase banisters, and warm fires roared in every fireplace. For Harry, the approaching holiday meant his first opportunity to visit the pack since September. Excitement built as he made preparations, selecting gifts for each blood sibling and packing the specialized magical items he'd been developing with Hermione and Ron's help. "Are you sure this will work?" Ron asked, watching Harry carefully wrap a set of communication stones in protective cloth. Unlike the mirrors, which required active use, these stones would maintain continuous connection when activated. "Hermione's calculations are solid," Harry replied. And Lupin approved the spellwork. Their research had yielded impressive results. By combining ancient blood magic principles with modern charm work, they'd created artifacts that would amplify the existing bond. Each stone contained a drop of Harry's blood, magically preserved and enchanted to resonate with the blood siblings' unique signatures. "I still think the protection amulets need more testing," Hermione fretted, reviewing her notes. "The defensive rebound effect might be too strong." "Silva can handle it," Harry assured her. "Her control has improved significantly according to Skoll's reports." The day before departure, Harry visited Dumbledore's office for a final security briefing. Fenrir's pack had maintained scattered attacks throughout autumn, though none had breached the protective anchor stones. "The Ministry believes Greyback is gathering supporters," Dumbledore explained gravely. "Not just werewolves, but dark wizards sympathetic to Voldemort's former cause." "Why?" Harry asked. "What's his endgame?" "Power, primarily," Dumbledore said. "But also revenge, against those who imprisoned him, against Skoll who replaced him, and against you, who he believes betrayed him." "I betrayed him?" Harry laughed bitterly. "He tried to sell me to Death Eaters." "Indeed. But Fenrir's perspective has always been selective." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "There's something else you should know before visiting your pack. We have intelligence suggesting Fenrir is planning something significant during the winter solstice, 3 days after your arrival." Harry's muscles tensed. "What kind of something?" "We're not certain," Dumbledore admitted. "But solstices hold magical significance, particularly for creature rituals. The winter solstice especially enhances transformative magics. Like werewolf transformations," Harry deduced. "Even though it's not a full moon." "Precisely. Which is why Professor Lupin will accompany you, along with 2 trusted Aurors who will maintain perimeter security without intruding on pack territory." Harry nodded, appreciating the balance between protection and respect for pack sovereignty. "Thank you, Professor, for understanding the importance of this visit." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled kindly. "Family connections should be nurtured, Harry, in all their forms. You've managed the remarkable feat of building bridges between worlds often at odds. That's a gift worth protecting." The following morning, Harry said goodbye to Ron and Hermione, who were both returning to their families for Christmas. Their farewell at the Hogwarts Express platform included final instructions for using the specialized magical items he'd entrusted to them. "If the Guardian Stone glows red, contact Dumbledore immediately," he reminded Hermione, who would keep one of the linked communication stones. "It means we're under serious attack." "And if it turns black?" she asked worriedly. Harry's expression hardened. "Then it means I've fallen, and the pack needs immediate evacuation." "That won't happen," Ron said firmly. "You're too bloody stubborn to fall." Harry grinned at his friend's confidence. "Let's hope you're right." Lupin was waiting at Hogsmeade Station, dressed for wilderness travel in practical robes reinforced with leather. Together they took a Ministry portkey to the Scottish Highlands, appearing at a designated arrival point 5 miles from current pack territory. "Security measure," Lupin explained. "No magical transportation directly to their location. We walk from here." Harry approved of the precaution. The Aurors, already in position, disillusioned and under strict orders to maintain distance unless explicitly called. Lupin shouldered his pack. "Ready for a hike." The 5-mile trek through snow-covered forest felt like coming home. Harry moved with increasing confidence as they neared pack territory, his senses expanding to embrace the familiar wilderness. He caught subtle markers, claw marks on certain trees, arranged stones at path junctions, scent trails left deliberately for those who knew how to detect them. "They've expanded their range," he noted, recognizing signs of pack presence farther out than previously established. "Necessary adaptation," Lupin replied. With Fenrir's group pressing boundaries, Skoll needed additional hunting grounds and escape routes. At the official territory boundary, marked by one of Harry's anchor stones, they were met by Rolf, taller than Harry remembered, his face leaner and more mature at 14. Moonfoot, he called, racing forward to embrace Harry with wolf-like enthusiasm. Finally. The blood bond surged with renewed strength at physical contact. Harry grinned, returning the embrace with equal fervor. Good to see you too. How's the leg? Perfect, Rolf demonstrated with an exaggerated leap. Better than before, actually. Kara says the healing merged with some of your magic through the bond. Harry introduced Lupin formally, though the older werewolf had visited the pack occasionally during Harry's absence. Rolf acknowledged him with cautious respect before leading them toward the main encampment. The pack had constructed more permanent shelters since Harry's departure, sturdy wooden cabins reinforced with stone, positioned defensively around a central gathering area. Protective wards shimmered visibly at key points, some of Harry's creation, others added by pack members developing their own magical abilities. Lyra emerged from the largest cabin, moving slower than Harry remembered but with the same fierce dignity. Pup, she greeted, arms outstretched. Look how you've grown. It was true, 3 months of regular meals and magical training had added inches to his height and healthy weight to his frame. Harry embraced her gently, noting the new silver streaking her hair. The old injury's been troubling her, Rolf murmured. But she won't slow down. Kara appeared next, now 13 and carrying herself with the confidence of the pack's primary healer. She bore a new scar across her cheek, evidence of recent conflicts. Fenrir's welcome gift, she explained, catching Harry's concerned glance. I got too close during their last attack. Worth it, though, I managed to place one of the counterspells directly on their weapons cache. More pack members gathered, creating a circle of welcome. Harry greeted each by name, acknowledging their status and role with proper pack etiquette. Only one face remained conspicuously absent. Where's Silva? He asked finally. Skull, who had been observing from the edge of the gathering, stepped forward. Perimeter patrol. She's been restless since sensing your approach. Something in the Alpha's tone suggested complications beyond simple anticipation. Before Harry could question further, a familiar voice called from behind. Trying to sneak in without saying hello. Harry turned to find Silva standing at the tree line, crossbow slung over her shoulder. At 13, she'd grown tall and lithe, her dark hair braided with silver threads that caught the winter sunlight. But the most striking change was in her eyes, now flecked with green similar to Harry's own, a visible manifestation of their shared blood bond. Would I dare? Harry grinned. She crossed the distance between them in 3 quick strides, stopping just short of physical contact. For a moment, they simply stared at each other, the blood bond humming with unspoken communication. Then she punched his shoulder, hard enough to make him wince. That's for being gone so long, she declared. Technically, I'm right on schedule, Harry began. She cut him off with a fierce hug. And that's for coming back. The pack celebration lasted well into the night, a feast of fresh game, stories exchanged around massive fires, demonstrations of new skills developed during their separation. Harry shared edited versions of his Hogwarts adventures, earning impressed murmurs for his Quidditch exploits and appreciative laughter for tales of escaped toads and flying feathers. In turn, pack members recounted skirmishes with Fenrir's group, territory expansions, and magical discoveries. Most remarkable were the abilities developing among Harry's blood siblings, Silva's enhanced reflexes and rudimentary wandless magic, Rolf's heightened tracking senses that bordered on clairvoyance, Kara's healing touch that now incorporated magical elements. The ritual changed us, Kara explained, demonstrating by healing a small cut on Harry's hand with just a touch and whispered word. We're not wizards, but we're not ordinary werewolves either. We're better, Rolf added proudly. Stronger during transformations, more ourselves even in wolf form. After the communal meal, Skoll called Harry and Lupin to his private cabin for more serious discussion. Maps spread across a rough wooden table showed territory boundaries, attack locations, and suspected locations of Fenrir's group. They're gathering here, Skoll indicated a valley 20 miles northeast. 17 werewolves confirmed, plus at least 3 wizards, the masked ones. Death Eaters, Lupin confirmed grimly. The Ministry tracked known associates of Antonin Dolohov in the region last week. Dolohov was a close follower of Voldemort, Harry noted, recalling historical details from Hermione's research. Specialized in complex dark curses. And currently very interested in you, Skoll added. Fenrir's been telling anyone who'll listen that you possess unusual magical abilities, wandless powers shaped by wilderness rather than formal training. Harry frowned. That would interest dark wizards looking to restore Voldemort's power. Precisely why we've maintained heightened security, Lupin interjected. The connection between Harry and Voldemort makes any unusual magical development potentially significant to former Death Eaters. Skoll traced a circle around the winter solstice date on a lunar calendar. 3 nights from now. Our scouts report increased activity, supplies being gathered. They're planning something. Dumbledore suspected as much, Harry said. Something involving transformation magic enhanced by solstice energy. But what? Lupin wondered. Forced transformations without the full moon would require incredible magical power, possibly dark sacrifices. Or blood magic, Harry suggested quietly. Like the ritual that connected me to Silva, Rolf, and Kara, but perverted. Skoll's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Fenrir always envied your natural abilities. What if he's trying to replicate them? Create his own enhanced werewolves loyal to him? He'd need a power source, Lupin mused. The solstice provides enhancement, but not the base power for such complex magic. A chilling possibility formed in Harry's mind. Unless he plans to use me. Capture me during my visit, use my blood and magic as the catalyst. Silence fell as they considered this theory. It aligned with everything they knew, Fenrir's obsession with reclaiming Harry, the timing of the solstice ritual, the involvement of dark wizards skilled in blood magic. We need to prepare defenses, Skoll decided finally. Not just physical but magical. Harry, what did you bring from Hogwarts? Harry unpacked his collection of enchanted items, the communication stones, protection amulets, specialized defensive artifacts developed with Hermione and Ron's help. Most significant was a ritual focus he'd created under Lupin's guidance, a silver disc engraved with runes that could channel and amplify the blood bond's connection. With this, I can strengthen our magical sharing temporarily, he explained. During an attack, Silva, Rolf, and Kara would have access to more of my wizard abilities, while I'd gain enhanced senses and physical capabilities from their werewolf nature. Remarkable, Lupin murmured, examining the artifact. This combines ancient blood magic principles with modern channeling techniques. Where did you learn to create something so advanced? Harry hesitated, then admitted, I had help from friends. Ron's brother Bill works as a curse breaker and provided some key information about runic amplification. Hermione did the theoretical calculations. You told them about the pack? Skoll asked sharply. Not specifically, Harry assured him. Just that I had family in danger who needed magical protection. They helped without pressing for details. Skoll nodded slowly. True friends, then. Rare among wizards. We'll implement these protections tomorrow, Lupin decided. And establish contingency plans for evacuation if necessary. No evacuation, Skoll countered firmly. This is our territory. We defend it. Harry understood the Alpha's position, wolves didn't abandon their territory to threats, but practicality demanded options. We should have both plans ready. Defense as primary, evacuation as last resort. Skoll studied him with new respect. You think like an alpha now. School taught you something useful after all. The strategy session continued late into the night, planning defensive positions, communication systems, and response scenarios. When they finally emerged, the main camp had quieted, most pack members already retired to their shelters. Harry found Silva waiting by a smaller fire at the camp's edge, maintaining solitary vigil. She motioned for him to join her, shifting to make space on the fallen log serving as her seat. "You've changed," she observed as he settled beside her. "Not just taller. Different." "How so?" Harry asked, curious about her perception through their bond. She considered carefully. "More contained. Like you're holding part of yourself in reserve. More wizard, less wolf." The assessment stung despite its accuracy. "I haven't forgotten who I am," he defended. "Or where I belong. Haven't you?" Her gaze remained on the flames. "You have wizard friends now. A wizard education. Wizard opportunities. And a pack family," Harry replied firmly. "The two aren't mutually exclusive." Silva turned to face him directly. "Aren't they? Skoll says Fenrir's using anti-wizard sentiment to recruit. Claiming you've abandoned your pack for wizard privilege. Some believe him. Do you?" Harry challenged. "No," she answered immediately. "I feel you through the bond. Your loyalty hasn't wavered." She hesitated, then added softly, "But I worry what happens when they force you to choose. When being both becomes impossible." Her concern echoed Harry's own unspoken fears, that eventually, his dual existence would become unsustainable. That circumstances would demand commitment to one world at the expense of the other. "If that day comes," he said slowly, "I'll find a third option. I refuse to sacrifice either part of who I am." Silva smiled faintly. "Stubborn as always." Her expression sobered. "Fenrir's coming for you, you know. Not just the pack, you specifically. I've seen it in dreams through our bond. He's obsessed with reclaiming what he considers his property." "Let him try," Harry replied, a dangerous edge entering his voice. "I'm not the child he remembers." "No," she agreed, studying him. "You're becoming something new. Something neither pack nor wizards fully understand." They sat in companionable silence until the fire burned low. When Harry finally retired to the shelter prepared for him, his mind churned with Silva's observations. Was he changing fundamentally? Becoming something separate from both his worlds rather than a bridge between them? Sleep came fitfully, interrupted by dreams where Fenrir chased him through endless forests, always calling that Harry belonged to him, would always belong to him, could never truly escape. The next 2 days passed in intensive preparation. Harry worked with his blood siblings to attune the magical items he'd brought, ensuring each pack member understood emergency protocols. Defensive positions were established, wards reinforced, escape routes confirmed. On the Solstice Eve, tension peaked. Scout reports confirmed unusual activity at Fenrir's camp, large fires being prepared, ritual circles established, werewolves gathering from distant locations. "At least 25 now," Rolf reported after returning from reconnaissance. "Plus the wizards. They're wearing dark robes with symbols I didn't recognize." "Ritual garments," Lupin translated grimly. "Consistent with Solstice magic." Harry gathered his blood siblings at sunset, leading them to a private clearing where they could activate the ritual focus without interruption. The silver disc gleamed in the fading light as he placed it at the center of a small circle formed by the 4 of them. "This will temporarily strengthen our connection," he explained. "Make the bond more immediate, more powerful. You'll feel my magic more directly, and I'll gain aspects of your wolf nature." "Will it hurt?" Kara asked practically. "It shouldn't," Harry assured her. "But it will feel strange, like parts of your consciousness overlapping with mine." "We already experienced that somewhat," Silva noted. "During full moons especially. This will be more intense," Harry cautioned. "And it requires blood renewal." He produced a small silver knife, its edge enchanted for clean cutting. Each participant contributed 3 drops of blood to the central disc, which absorbed the offering with a soft hum of awakening magic. Bound by blood, connected by choice, unified by purpose, Harry intoned the ritual words Lupin had helped him compose. "For bodies, for minds, one pack. The others repeated the phrase, their voices harmonizing as the disc began to glow with golden light. Tendrils of magical energy extended from the artifact, connecting to each participant's heart in visible strands of power. Harry felt the bond transform from subtle awareness to immediate connection. Suddenly he could sense Silva's quicksilver thoughts, Rolf's earthy determination, Kara's compassionate focus, not just emotions but actual thought patterns. Their physical sensations became partially his, enhanced hearing, sharpened smell, the constant awareness of moon position that characterized werewolf existence. For his blood siblings, the experience proved even more profound. Magic flowed through the connection, awakening latent potential previously inaccessible. "I can feel it," Silva gasped, staring at her hands as small sparks danced between her fingers. "Your magic, it's like fire under my skin." Rolf's eyes widened as invisible currents became visible to him, ley lines of natural magic crisscrossing the forest floor. "Is this how you see the world? Energy patterns everywhere?" Kara seemed most affected, her healer's sensitivity amplified by wizard perception. "The trees are breathing," she whispered in wonder. "Everything's connected, pulsing with life force." The enhanced bond would last approximately 24 hours before requiring renewal, hopefully long enough to weather whatever Fenrir planned for the solstice night. Each blood sibling received a protection amulet keyed to their magical signature, designed to shield against specific threats they'd anticipated from Death Eater involvement. "Remember," Harry cautioned as they returned to camp, "this connection makes us stronger together but potentially more vulnerable if separated. Stay within communication distance." Skoll approved their enhanced preparations, incorporating the blood siblings into key defensive positions where their new capabilities could be most effective. The full pack gathered for a solemn meal, 32 werewolves ranging from elders like Lyra to children as young as 7, plus Harry and Lupin. "Whatever comes tomorrow," Skoll addressed them, "we face it as pack. United, alert, prepared. This is our territory, our home. We defend it together." Heads nodded in firm agreement. Despite the looming threat, morale remained high, a testament to Skoll's leadership and the pack's resilience after years of hardship. As the gathering dispersed, Lupin drew Harry aside. "I've contacted our aura support. They'll maintain position just beyond territory boundaries, ready to intervene if absolutely necessary." "Good," Harry nodded. "Though I hope it doesn't come to that. Ministry involvement could create complications for the pack's autonomy." "You're thinking like a diplomat now," Lupin observed with approval. "James would be proud of how you've balanced responsibilities." The mention of his father warmed Harry. "I wish I could have known him. And my mother." "You honor them through your actions," Lupin assured him. "Lily especially would admire your compassion for those society rejects. She always defended the marginalized." Sleep proved elusive that night. The enhanced blood bond transmitted heightened alertness from his siblings, who rotated watch duties throughout the darkness. Harry dozed fitfully, half conscious of Silva tracking moonrise, Rolf testing wind directions, Kara preparing additional healing supplies. Dawn broke with unsettling calm. No attacks materialized during the vulnerable night hours, contrary to their expectations. Scout reports indicated continued preparation at Fenrir's camp but no immediate movement toward pack territory. "They're waiting for something," Skoll concluded during the morning strategy session. "The solstice peak occurs at midday. If this is ritual-focused, that's their likely time frame. Or they could attack at dusk," Lupin countered. "When day and night energies balance." Harry considered both possibilities. "We need to send additional scouts. Not just to their camp, but to surrounding areas. What if the main group is a distraction from their real approach?" Skoll approved this suggestion immediately, dispatching experienced trackers to widen surveillance. Harry joined one such group, partnered with Silva to investigate the southwestern boundary where anchor stone placement left a potential vulnerability. They moved through winter forest with practiced stealth, communicating through gesture and blood bond rather than speech. The enhanced connection allowed near telepathic coordination, Silva sensing magical threats while Harry detected physical ones. "Something feels wrong," Silva murmured as they approached the boundary marker. "Not immediate danger, but displacement. Like the forest itself is anxious." Harry nodded, experiencing the same unease through their connection. The anchor stone appeared intact, its protective magic humming steadily, yet something in the surrounding energy had shifted. He knelt to examine the ground, finding subtle disturbances in the snow, tracks partially obscured by fresh powder, but recent enough to matter. "Someone crossed here. Within the last hour." Silva frowned. "But the ward would have alerted us to intrusion." "Unless they found a way around it," Harry theorized. "Not breaking the protection but circumventing it." They followed the faint trail inward, moving with increased caution. Half a mile inside territory boundaries, they discovered the first body, a young deer, recently killed but left untouched. No predator abandoned fresh kill without cause. Bait? Silva wondered, scanning their surroundings warily. "Or warning," Harry replied, noticing the deliberate positioning, the deer's throat slashed precisely, body arranged to point toward camp. They proceeded more carefully, documenting 2 more similar scenes, small animals killed ritualistically and placed as directional markers. The blood bond transmitted their discoveries instantly to Rolf and Kara, who alerted Skoll to the potential infiltration. "We should head back," Silva suggested. "If they've breached the boundary," she froze mid-sentence, head tilting as though listening to distant sound. Through their connection, Harry felt her sudden spike of alarm seconds before he detected the cause himself, the subtle shift in air pressure that preceded magical transportation. "Down!" he shouted, tackling her as spellfire erupted from nearby trees. A blasting curse struck where they'd been standing, showering them with dirt and snow. Harry rolled into a defensive position, wand drawn, as 3 figures in dark robes emerged from concealment, 2 werewolves flanking a masked wizard. "Found the prize," called one werewolf, a burly man Harry recognized from Fenrir's original pack. "Alert the Alpha." The Death Eater raised his wand toward the sky, but Harry was faster. "Expelliarmus." The disarming spell caught the wizard unprepared, sending his wand spinning into the underbrush. Silva launched herself at one werewolf with enhanced speed granted by their bond, her fist connecting with shocking force that sent the larger man stumbling backward. The second werewolf circled cautiously, eyes fixed on Harry. "Fenrir wants you alive, pup. Come quietly and the others might be spared." "I'm not his pup anymore," Harry snarled, channeling magic through both wand and free hand in a technique Lupin had helped him develop. A shield expanded outward, pushing the advancing werewolf back while Harry maintained a defensive position beside Silva, who had pinned her opponent with surprising strength. The wandless Death Eater reached inside his robes, withdrawing a secondary wand, a contingency Harry hadn't anticipated. Before he could cast, Harry slashed his wand in a pattern Hermione had researched specifically for encountering dark wizards. Lumos Maxima Circumspectus. Light erupted in a blinding sphere, enhanced to affect dark creatures particularly severely. The werewolves howled in pain as enhanced senses overloaded, while the Death Eater staggered backward, temporarily blinded. "Run!" Harry grabbed Silva's arm, pulling her away from her incapacitated opponent. They sprinted through the forest, using their enhanced connection to navigate without sight until they'd put sufficient distance between themselves and the ambush. "They were waiting for us," Silva gasped when they finally stopped. "How did they know we'd check that boundary?" "Because I helped establish the original ward network," Harry realized grimly. "They're using my own knowledge against us." Through the blood bond, they sensed similar ambushes triggering across pack territory, small teams breaching boundaries at precisely calculated weak points. Not a frontal assault but a coordinated infiltration designed to create chaos and division. "It's a diversion," Harry concluded. "They're separating us, drawing attention to multiple locations while their main force," a massive magical surge interrupted his analysis, power erupting from the direction of the main camp. The blood bond transmitted Kara's sudden pain, Rolf's alarm, dozens of pack members responding to unexpected attack. We need to get back, Silva urged. They raced toward camp, Bloodbond guiding them through the fastest route. Halfway there, they encountered Lupin battling two werewolves while a third lay unconscious at his feet. "Harry," he called, deflecting a physical attack with surprising agility. "They're targeting the ritual focus. Fenrir knows about the blood bond." Cold realization struck Harry. The Solstice ritual wasn't about forcing transformation, it was about stealing the magical connection he'd established with his blood siblings. If Fenrir obtained the ritual focus and combined it with Solstice magic, he could corrupt the bond, Harry told Silva as they helped Lupin dispatch his remaining attackers. "Use it to control us instead of connect us." They reached camp to find it under full assault. Fenrir had abandoned subtlety for direct attack, leading a force of transformed werewolves, somehow partially shifted despite the absence of full moon, against Skull's defenders. Death Eaters provided magical support, casting barrier spells to prevent escape while targeting key pack members with precision curses. Most alarming was Fenrir himself. The former Alpha had changed since Harry last saw him, leaner, more feral, his features caught in partial transformation that suggested dark magical enhancement. He fought at the center of the conflict, driving toward the Alpha's cabin where the ritual focus had been secured. Harry assessed the battlefield instantly, pack tactics combining with wizard strategy. Lupin, support the eastern flank where the Death Eaters are concentrating fire. Silva, find Rolf and Kara, re-establish blood sibling proximity to strengthen our connection. What about you? Silva demanded, recognizing the separation in his plan. I'm going after Fenrir, Harry replied grimly. This ends today. Before she could protest, Harry disillusioned himself, a charm Lupin had insisted he master, and circled toward Skull's position. The Alpha defended the cabin entrance alongside 3 senior pack members, holding against repeated assaults from Fenrir's enhanced werewolves. Through the blood bond, Harry coordinated with his siblings as they maneuvered into strategic positions. Once Silva located Rolf and Kara, their 4-way connection strengthened dramatically, allowing unprecedented magical sharing. Harry felt wolf strength flow into his muscles, enhancing his speed and reflexes beyond normal human capacity. In return, his siblings accessed deeper reservoirs of wizard magic, Silva manifesting shield charms instinctively, Rolf sensing magical attacks before they launched, Kara channeling healing energy to wounded defenders. Dropping his disillusionment, Harry stepped into view at Skull's side. "Fenrir," he called, voice magically amplified. "Still hiding behind others? Face me directly if you dare." The battle hesitated as attention shifted. Fenrir turned slowly, yellow eyes widening at the sight of his former charge standing defiantly beside the Alpha who had replaced him. "Potter," he growled, the name distorted through partially transformed vocal cords. "You've saved us the trouble of hunting you." "You've been hunting me for 3 years, Harry replied coldly. "Yet here I stand, while you skulk in forests with Death Eater scraps." The insult struck its target. Fenrir snarled, signaling his forces to hold position as he stalked forward. "You were mine. My discovery, my project. Everything special about you exists because I allowed it." "You found an orphan and saw a weapon," Harry countered. "Skull found a pack member and helped him become family." Fenrir laughed harshly. "Family? You abandoned them for wizard comforts. Traded wilderness freedom for castle walls." "I expanded my territory," Harry corrected, using pack terminology deliberately. "Gained knowledge and resources to protect what matters." They circled each other now, the battle suspended as both packs watched this confrontation between former Alpha and former Charge. Through the blood bond, Harry coordinated silently with his siblings, positioning them strategically while maintaining the appearance of isolated challenge. "You still don't understand your true value," Fenrir said, his voice shifting to something almost cajoling. "The Dark Lord marked you for a reason, pup. Your power isn't meant for textbooks and classrooms, it's wild magic, chaos magic. Magic that could elevate our kind above wizard oppression. Is that what your Death Eater friends promised?" Harry asked skeptically. Equality for werewolves after they help restore Voldemort. Fenrir flinched slightly at the name. Politics are temporary. Power is eternal. The ritual we've prepared would transform everything, wizard magic harnessed through werewolf strength, controlled by those who understand true freedom. Using my blood, Harry guessed. My connection to my pack siblings. Blood freely given in ritual, Fenrir confirmed with a twisted smile. Just as you've already done. We'll simply redirect the benefits. Harry maintained his circling movement, subtly maneuvering Fenrir toward the position his siblings had prepared. The blood bond hummed with tense anticipation, for minds coordinating with wolf pack precision enhanced by wizard strategy. You made one critical mistake, Harry said conversationally. You assumed I'm the same child you knew, isolated, dependent, naive. Fenrir's smile faltered slightly. And what are you now? Dumbledore's pet project? The boy who lived returning to wizard celebrity. I'm something new, Harry replied, echoing Silva's words from days earlier. Something that belongs to neither world exclusively but draws strength from both. He stopped circling, planting his feet in the exact position his siblings had identified through their enhanced connection. I am Moonfoot of Blackwood Pack, he declared formally. And Harry Potter of Hogwarts. Both identities, both loyalties, both strengths. Fenrir lunged without warning, transformed claws extended for Harry's throat. But Harry had anticipated the attack through the blood bond's enhanced perception. He sidestepped with wolf grace while countering with wizard precision, a banishing charm that caught Fenrir mid-leap and sent him crashing into a prepared position. Now! Harry shouted, both vocally and through the bond. His three blood siblings emerged from strategic positions, completing a diamond formation around Fenrir. Each activated their protection amulet simultaneously, creating a containment field that trapped the former Alpha within intersecting magical boundaries. What is this? Fenrir snarled, hurling himself against the invisible barriers only to be repelled painfully. Pack magic, Harry explained, stepping closer. Not pure wizard craft or pure werewolf strength, but something new, a true merging of traditions. Fenrir's forces moved to intervene, but Skoll's pack responded instantly, forming a defensive perimeter around the magical confrontation. The Death Eaters hesitated, clearly uncertain whether to risk exposure by escalating further. Within the containment field, Fenrir's partial transformation began to falter as the Solstice energies he'd been channeling encountered the blood bond's interference. His features shifted erratically between human and wolf, control slipping as pain increased. You can't hold this, he gasped, struggling to maintain dominance. The Solstice power is being redirected, Harry confirmed. Through our bond, cleansed of your corruption, and returned to natural balance. Through their connection, Harry's siblings channeled excess magical energy safely away from Fenrir's artificial enhancements, gradually forcing him back to human form. The process drained them visibly but continued steadily as the containment field contracted. You think this changes anything? Fenrir spat as his transformative advantages failed him. The Dark Lord returns. When he does, all your clever magics and pack loyalties will mean nothing. You're wrong, Harry replied calmly. Connection always trumps isolation. Cooperation always outlasts domination. That's what pack truly means, what you never understood. The containment complete, Harry turned to Skoll. Alpha, he acknowledged formally. This prisoner threatens pack safety. The judgment is yours. Skoll stepped forward, authority radiating from his scarred frame. Fenrir Greyback. You are banished from these territories permanently. Your crimes against pack law merit death, but we choose restraint to demonstrate our difference from your savagery. The Ministry will take custody, Lupin added, joining the circle. Along with his Death Eater allies. On cue, the Aura reinforcements appeared at the perimeter, once trained on Fenrir's now retreating supporters. The confrontation had shifted decisively, with many of Fenrir's werewolves already slipping away rather than face capture. This isn't over, Potter, Fenrir snarled as magical bindings replaced the containment field. The Dark Lord knows about you now, your special magic, your pack connections. He'll use them against you. Let him try, Harry replied evenly. I've faced worse odds. As Ministry officials took Fenrir and his captured allies into custody, the pack regrouped around Skoll. Injuries were assessed, defenses re-established, territory secured. Harry worked alongside his blood siblings to dismantle the corrupted ritual components Fenrir's forces had begun establishing throughout their territory. By nightfall, the immediate crisis had passed. The pack gathered around central fires, tending wounds and processing the day's events. Lupin coordinated with Ministry representatives at the territory boundary, ensuring proper procedures while maintaining pack sovereignty. Harry found himself at the edge of celebration, watching his two worlds intersect temporarily. Wizard Aurors respecting werewolf territory. Pack members cautiously accepting magical healing from Ministry medics. Barriers lowering, if only briefly, in the aftermath of shared victory. Skoll approached, offering a wooden cup of celebratory mead. You fought well today, he said simply. As both wizard and wolf. I couldn't have done it without the pack, Harry replied honestly. True, Skoll acknowledged. But you provided what we lacked, the bridge between worlds that made victory possible. They stood in companionable silence, watching the gathering. Silva sat with Rolf and Kara, the three blood siblings exhausted but satisfied, their shared connection with Harry still humming at enhanced levels after the day's magical exertion. Fenrir was right about one thing, Skoll said eventually. This isn't over. His capture changes the immediate threat, but the underlying conflict remains. Wizard society and werewolf kind still stand opposed in fundamental ways. Not entirely, Harry countered. Today proved cooperation is possible. Under extraordinary circumstances, Skoll qualified. With extraordinary individuals bridging the gap. He studied Harry thoughtfully. You've grown into something unique, not fully belonging to either world, yet essential to both. Harry considered this assessment. Is that a strength or a weakness? Both, Skoll replied candidly. It makes you invaluable but also perpetually divided. The question becomes how you balance these competing claims on your loyalty. The Alpha's insights echoed Harry's own reflections. Hogwarts had provided knowledge, friends, connection to his parents' legacy. The pack offered family, belonging, primal understanding of his deepest self. Both were genuine, both incomplete without the other. I choose integration over division, Harry said finally. Drawing strength from both identities rather than choosing between them. Skoll nodded slowly. A difficult path, but perhaps the necessary one. For what's coming? You believe Fenrir about Voldemort's return? I believe power vacuums invite dark forces, Skoll replied diplomatically. Whether the specific threat matches the prophecies, time will tell. Their conversation was interrupted by Lupin's return, his expression grave despite the day's victory. Ministry containment protocols are complete, he reported. Fenrir and 2 Death Eaters secured for transport. But there's a complication. What kind? Harry asked warily. One of the captured Death Eaters had an interesting possession. Lupin withdrew a folded parchment from his robes. A detailed dossier on you, Harry, your movements at Hogwarts, your unusual magical development, even mentions of your blood bond with pack members. Cold unease settled in Harry's stomach. Someone at Hogwarts is feeding information to Voldemort's supporters. So it would seem, Lupin agreed grimly. The question becomes who, and how close they've managed to position themselves to you. Harry's mind immediately cycled through possibilities. Snape with his dark mark and apparent hatred. Quirrell with his suspicious behavior during the broomstick incident. Someone else entirely, watching from shadows. I need to return to Hogwarts, he realized. Investigate from inside while the trail is fresh. After Christmas, Lupin insisted. The Solstice confrontation buys us time. Fenrir's capture disrupts whatever immediate plans were in motion. Harry reluctantly agreed, though his instincts urged immediate action. Tomorrow would bring strategic planning, ministry debriefing, and preparations for his eventual return to school. Tonight was for pack celebration, honoring their victory, mourning minor losses, strengthening bonds tested by conflict. As night deepened, Harry joined his blood siblings at a smaller fire some distance from the main gathering. Their enhanced connection had begun to normalize, returning to its standard strength as Solstice energies faded. "We make a good team," Rolf declared, passing a flask of herbal tea around their circle. "More than good," Kara agreed. The coordination through the bond during battle, it felt like we were extensions of each other. "One mind, four bodies." Silva nodded thoughtfully. "I could feel your wizard magic, Harry, not just borrowing it, but understanding it from inside. Like suddenly comprehending a language I've heard but never spoken." "It goes both ways," Harry told them. "I experienced wolf senses more directly than ever before. Makes me wonder what else might be possible with practice." They speculated about potential developments, expanded range for their connection, more precise magical sharing, possibly even limited transformation aspects for Harry despite his human status. The ritual focus, safely recovered and purified after Fenrir's attempt to corrupt it, offered possibilities for controlled enhancement under proper conditions. "Will it work from Hogwarts?" Silva asked finally, addressing the question they'd avoided until now. "When you go back?" "It should," Harry replied, though uncertainty colored his voice. "Distance affects strength but not fundamental connection. And I've modified the communication mirrors to serve as amplifiers if needed." "It's not the same," Rolf said bluntly. "Having you here, physically present, it matters." "I know," Harry acknowledged. "But I need to complete my education, not just for myself but for all of us. What I learn there helps protect the pack here." "And when school ends?" Kara asked the question they all wondered. "Will you return permanently?" Harry looked between them, his first family, his blood siblings, his pack. Then he glanced toward the territory boundary, beyond which lay Hogwarts with its own form of belonging. "I'll find a way to honor both worlds," he promised. "Not choosing between them but creating something new, a path that respects wizard tradition and pack loyalty equally." "The first true bridge between separate worlds," Silva murmured. "No wonder Fenrir wanted to control you. No wonder dark wizards track your development." Her observation settled heavily in the night air. Harry's unique position, straddling divided societies, combining disparate magics, made him valuable to multiple factions. It also made him a target for those seeking to exploit such connections. As embers died in their small fire, Harry's thoughts turned to challenges ahead. Returning to Hogwarts meant investigating the information leak, protecting his friends from emerging threats, continuing classes while maintaining pack connections. Balancing these responsibilities would test even his considerable adaptability. Yet tonight had proven something crucial: when fully integrated, his dual nature created something stronger than either aspect alone. Wolf instincts enhanced by wizard knowledge. Magical power guided by pack loyalty. Neither pure wizard nor pure wolf, but something unique. Two worlds. One alpha. In the distance, a wolf howled, a sound of victory, of territory claimed and defended. Harry smiled, feeling the blood bond pulse with shared satisfaction. Whatever came next, he would face it with the strength of both his families behind him. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.